Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Yogesh Singh, have you joined? Yes, good afternoon, Professor Yogesh Singh.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we will start the program now.
Please.
A very good afternoon to all of you, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. On behalf of the Delhi School of Economics, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the conference on growth and development in the BRICS economies. This conference is a part of engagements that India is hosting this year under the aegis of the BRICS Network University as chair of BRICS. It is being organized by the Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, which is the lead institution, in collaboration with the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi Center, the partner institution. I am honored and privileged to warmly welcome Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, and thank him for gracing the occasion. It is also my great pleasure and honor to welcome Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay, Director, Indian Statistical Institute, and express appreciation for her august presence. I am also pleased to welcome all session chairs and speakers of this two-day conference. It is also my pleasure to welcome all the participants from across the globe and especially our BRICS partners. This conference is expected to serve as a forum for establishing research synergies amongst the participating institutions in the BRICS network. We therefore hope that the conference will facilitate durable partnerships between researchers and foster collaborations amongst members of the network. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished speakers in the inaugural session and request them to deliver the inaugural address. First, Professor Yogesh Singh. Professor Yogesh Singh assumed the charge of Vice Chancellor of the University of Delhi recently. Prior to this, he served as the Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, Director of Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology, Delhi, and Vice Chancellor of Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda in Gujarat. He received his MTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering and PhD in Computer Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, Haryana. He is a distinguished academician and prolific researcher and has more than 250 publications in reputed journals. He also serves on various prestigious committees, bodies, and board of directors. Professor Singh, we are delighted to have you with us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay, Director, Indian Statistical Institute. Professor Pamidua, Director, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Respected faculty, teachers, invited guests, and my dear participants. Good afternoon again. Very good afternoon. I would like to thank Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, and Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi Center for organizing conference on such an important and relevant topic, growth and development in BRICS economies. As we all know, Delhi University has a glorious legacy of about a century. We will be completing 100 years in 2022. Established in 1922, university has maintained the highest academic standards and pioneered some of the best practices in higher education. It is one of the most reputed seat of learning in India. It has University of Delhi is running 500 programs, 91 colleges, 16 faculties, 25 centers, 3 institutions, 86 departments, and having 6.4 lakh students. So one side we believe in quality, deep into the quality. Other side is the breadth. We are having 6.4 lakh students in the university. Research is in the blood of University of Delhi, with a high H index of 223 as per Scopus Index database. And University of Delhi has also won the Clarivate India Research Excellence Citation Awards 2021 in the Central University category. The University of Delhi has been declared as Institution of Eminence by Ministry of Education, Government of India. National Assessment and Accreditation Council has given CGPA of 3.28 with A+ grade to University of Delhi. These are some of the points about the University of Delhi. Now coming to Delhi School of Economics, is a very dynamic and reputed institution. It has given 3 vice chancellors to University of Delhi, namely Professor V.K.R.V. Rao, Professor B.N. Ganguly, Professor K.N. Raj. So I would like to thank Professor Pami Dua for the same. She's heading the department nowadays. Now coming to the conference, when I said the topic is very relevant and important when we talk about growth and development in BRICS economies. As we all know, this is a 5 members group: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Started with 4, and in 2011, South Africa was added into this group. So this is a very different group. And, it covers 25% of the land, 50% of the population, 20% of the global merchandise trade. See, a group, heterogeneous group with different expectations, but it covers 50% of the world's population. But when it comes to land, only 25%. And our participation in global trade is 20%. Lots of things can be done. Lots of things can be achieved if we work together, if we work in synchronization. And as we all know, GDP of all BRICS countries is approximately $20.34 trillion US. It means what? It is equivalent to United States of America, and see the difference. See the difference. It means lot can be done, lots can be achieved here. And but in this also, how can we do it? How can we do it? How can we come up with the expectation of the people of BRICS nations? Here, the largest contribution coming from China. China is contributing 13.61 in the GDP. Then is the India, 2.80 or about 3 trillion economy, and other countries. But if we have to do really something very good, it means what? We have to provide stability. We have to do reforms at every level. Reforms at every level, starting from ground zero to a possible level 2, level 3. And, progress should be sustainable. Progress should be consistent. And, governance is also very, very important. Reforms are required if we want to improve the economy of these countries. Right now, when we say we have to take some steps, Industry 4.0 is a reality now. When we talk about Industry 4.0, the focus is on artificial intelligence, focus is on data analytics, machine learning, IoT, renewable energy, and some of the countries are doing very well. China is doing very well, India is also doing equally well, and Russia has also taken some very, very important steps in these directions. And if we focus, if we want to take advantage of 50% of the world's population, this is the area, and we have to focus on this. So we have to jointly establish incubators in the higher education institutions. Whenever we are talking about change and we want to have change, universities are the vehicle for change. And that's why university networking and such conferences play a very, very significant role here. So we should establish incubators and right kind of ecosystems in the higher education systems of these countries. When we, if we want development, like for India also, and for similarly other countries also, from developing nations to the developed nation, it means what? We want to improve economy. We want to create wealth for our country. How can it is possible? If we only dependent on the borrowed technology, here the point is what? We have to, like right now, but nothing wrong in it. If we cannot create technology, we can borrow technology and then manufacture in our country. But then profit margins are minimum possible profit margins. You cannot create wealth for yourself and for your country. So if we have to do so, if we want prosperity, if we want progress, if we want development, it means this level 1 is not sufficient, where we are dependent on the imported technology only. We have to create technology in the universities, through universities. And the 3-4 words which are very important and has become more important in 21st century: research, innovation, and creation. Universities can do it. Universities should focus on this. In somewhere in 2013-14, I was in United States of America, and I was with the president of a Ivy League university, and he said, now we are worried about the future of Americans. We are worried about the future of our dear students, because in the last century, manufacturing industry shifted from US. Recently, service industry has also shifted from the United States of America. If we have to create jobs, if we have to sustain our prosperity, only innovation, research, and creativity can help us. Then I was thinking, they are true for us also. They are true for most of the countries. That's why, these words are not only words. We have to work in that direction. And another important aspect which all BRICS nations can work is the energy. Because energy is going to affect and impact everyone. Solar, hydrogen, thermal, wind, methane, but we really do not know in the next 25 years what will happen. So research is required here for the energy. Next important is the waste management. Because 50% population is with such countries, so waste management is very important. How can we create something from the waste? And skill development, because in most of these countries, unemployment is a big issue. So skill development and waste management, both are very, very important areas which are to be addressed. Always remember, if we import something, we not only pay for our ignorance, but we also pay for our incompetence that we have. And this bridge can be established through Indian university system, and similarly in the other universities of the other country. And cut, copy, and paste days are over. My dear participants, those who are students here, cut, copy, paste days are over. We cannot rely, should not rely on that. And the research for many, many years in the many universities, research means what? Redefinition. Research means what? Reinterpretation. Research means what? Extension what? But is it sufficient? If you are doing research only for the purpose of PhD, your purpose is very limited. You will get a PhD. Many people have got PhD, but what will happen after that? This is a thing which is every researcher should ask this question. Why am I doing this? How can I create something out of my research work? Publication of research work is only the 50% journey. We have to focus beyond 50% now. After publication, commercialization of research, commercialization of products. And this will happen only if we focus on originality, creativity, and innovations. Next 25 years are very important to make strong economies. And this conference, I hope that this conference will ignite, inspire, intrigue some of you to think and work in that direction so that we can be instrument for change. We can become the instrument for creating jobs, creating wealth, creating prosperity, peace, and happiness for citizens of all these nations. So I'm thankful to organizers for this invitation, and I hope that something good will come out of this conference. And I would like to thank organizers and my good wishes for the success of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh, for an inspirational and very motivational address. We will try our best to make this conference a success, and we thank you for your support and also towards the department, Delhi School of Economics, and for this conference in particular. And I hope that we will be able to give you a very positive report on the conference. Thank you so much for joining. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay. Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay did her MTech and PhD in computer science from IIT Kharagpur and Indian Statistical Institute, respectively. She then joined the Indian Statistical Institute as a faculty member and became the director in 2015. She is a renowned academician and has authored several books and numerous journal articles, book chapters, conference proceedings. She is the recipient of several awards and honors, and let me say, the list is very long, so I mention a few of them. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, the World Academy of Sciences Prize, Infosys Prize, J.C. Bose Fellowship of DST, Fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, India, and the Fellow of Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. Professor Bandyopadhyay, we are absolutely delighted to have you with us here today and request you to deliver your inaugural address.
Thank you very much, Professor Dua. It is indeed my pleasure to be joining all of you today in the inaugural session of the conference. Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, the other speakers at the conference, my colleagues, Professor Pami Dua and Chetan Ghate, participants and colleagues from the BRICS countries and all other participants from India. It is indeed a pleasure to be joining this inaugural program of the BRICS Network University Conference on Growth and Development in the BRICS Economies. As we all know, BRICS Network University is a union of higher education institutions of the 5 BRICS countries. And the objective is to work together, talk together, to discuss and enhance educational collaboration in research, innovation, and other educational activities. Since 2015, this BRICS Network University has been established, and under the aegis of this, several activities have been going on worldwide. In fact, in the domain of economics, the Delhi School of Economics is the lead institution, and Indian Statistical Institute, our Delhi center, is a partner institution, and Professor Pami Dua and Professor Chetan Ghate together, they've already organized a webinar and discussion in August on COVID-19 pandemic and revival strategies of global and BRICS economies. And now we are meeting all together in this conference. I belong to the Indian Statistical Institute, and as Professor Singh just said, that Delhi University is about to celebrate its 100th year. We are not yet 100, not close, but we are reasonably close. We've crossed 90. So Indian Statistical Institute was established in 1931 by Prashanta Chandra Mahalanobis in a college in central Kolkata. It's Presidency College. Professor Mahalanobis himself was a physicist by training, and he taught physics in Presidency College till he retired, till he superannuated. But while he was still studying, he had gone to the UK, England, for his higher studies. And there it was a chance of fate that he got introduced to statistics because of a journal, Biometrica, which he was reading on his way back to India in the ship. And then at those times, there was a lot of time in hand. So he got interested in statistics and realized the importance of this discipline in national development and for human welfare in general. And so in 1931, ISI was established in a single room laboratory in the physics department of Presidency College. And in the 1950s, in Kolkata, it moved to its present premises in the northern part of the city. And then, of course, it expanded. It expanded to many different cities of India, with very important centers of the institute being established in Delhi and in Bangalore. We have 2 more centers in Chennai and Tejpur. Besides that, we have a branch in Giridih in Jharkhand, our own premises in Hyderabad, where we have a scientific unit, the Statistical Quality Control Unit, and we have very small presence in Mumbai and Pune as well. So it is Indian Statistical Institute has a pan-India presence, and it is quite in contrast in terms of the numbers to Delhi University. The huge numbers there, huge numbers of students. Here we are actually very small in terms of number of students, and therefore we can afford to be more personal in our interactions with the students, small classes. In fact, the classroom sizes were designed to be small so that even if we wanted, we couldn't grow in size. And that doesn't work these days, as we all know. So we are building a new building where we'll have larger classrooms. But this one-to-one interaction, this very close interaction between the teachers and the students has been the hallmark of ISI studies and research in ISI. And the only two undergraduate programs that Indian Statistical Institute runs, one institute for its BStat and MStat programs. Maulana himself was by passion, he turned into an economist, and he led, as we all know, he was spearheaded the second 5-year plan of the country and the planning commission, and he had close involvement with the government at different levels. Even at the international level, he had close interactions with different heads of institutions, heads of countries, and different important dignitaries. And ISI kept on working like that, remained small in size in terms of the students that we graduate, but going very deep. So that has been our motto all through these years. And to come back to this program here, it is indeed a delight to see that Professor Pamidua and Chetan Ghate, they have got together to organize this very extremely relevant and timely discussion on growth and development happening in our economies. And it's probably all the more pertinent because of the backdrop of the pandemic that we are all going through. Hopefully, we just hope that it is on its way down and will remain down and will slowly, maybe we hope it will disappear, but medical professionals say a little different, that it may stay on as an endemic. This pandemic, which has devastated millions of lives, and at the same time, it has demonstrated how scientists across the globe can come together, can unite against a common enemy, which knows no boundaries. And in fact, in today's world, I think there's hardly any issue which is limited to within a boundary. Every issue, not just a virus, any other issue, any economic issue, a pollution issue, whatever issue that we can think of, almost every issue will jump boundaries and will become a common problem, a global problem. And therefore, it has become all the more necessary that we get together, we put our expertise together and try to come up with graceful solutions, but sustainable solutions to the problems that we face today, so that our solutions today do not become the problems of tomorrow. So platforms like BRICS, and in particular the BRICS Network University, provide us with this unique opportunity to exchange notes, to learn from each other's successes and to learn from each other's failures, and to try to solve our problems together using a very holistic and sustainable approach. With those few words, I wish the conference all success and hope that the participants, if each one of them, can take home something important and useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay. This was a very interesting and informative address, and it also gives us encouragement for the conference. I thank you very much for all the support that ISI has provided for this particular conference, and look forward to your continuing support for future activities as well. And let me say that's not limited just to the BRICS Network University, more collaboration between the University of Delhi and the Indian Statistical Institute. So thank you very much. Yes. Now, I am sorry to inform you that our next distinguished speaker, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, Honorable Secretary, Higher Education, Ministry of Education, is unable to join us due to some inevitable circumstances. We thank him and his office for the support extended to us in his capacity as chair of the National Coordination Committee that oversees BRICS Network University related activities in the country. So I hope that we will be able to thank him personally sometime. I also take this opportunity to thank IIT Bombay, which is the national coordinator of the BRICS Network University activities this year, and I thank them for their help and support. Now, this brings us to the end of the inaugural session. So I thank all of you for joining, and very special thanks to Professor Yogesh Singh and Professor Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay. Thank you very much. We will now begin the next session. The next session is the first keynote address of the conference, this conference on growth and development in the BRICS economies. The keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Michael Patra, and the title of the keynote address is BRICS in the Global Economy, India's Challenges. I am indeed delighted and honored to welcome and introduce Dr. Michael Patra. Dr. Michael Patra, a career central banker, is the Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, responsible for monetary policy, financial markets, deposit insurance, research and statistics, international relations, and corporate strategy of the bank. He is a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India, which is invested with the responsibility of monetary policy decision-making in India. I may add here that it was my pleasure to work with him on the first Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India, and I'm sure that Chetan Ghate will share my views. He's also in the audience. He is the BRICS coordinator from ISI. So thank you, Michael. We had a good time together on that committee. Dr. Patra earlier served in the International Monetary Fund as Senior Advisor to Executive Director of India. He has published a book, several papers in the areas of inflation, monetary policy, international trade and finance, including exchange rates and the balance of payments. A fellow of Harvard University, where he undertook postdoctoral research. He has a PhD in economics from the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Dr. Michael Patra, I warmly welcome you to the conference. I know that you have a very busy schedule today, and yet you have taken time to deliver the keynote address. We will make sure that you are relieved on time for your next meeting. So you have about 30 minutes for your presentation, and after that we will take some questions. The participants are requested to post their questions in the chat box, and they must remain muted throughout the session. So here you go, Dr. Patra, you can start your presentation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and namaskar. Professor Pamit Dua, Director, Delhi School of Economics. Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi. Professor Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay, Director, Indian Statistical Institute. Professor Chetan Ghate, Economics and Planning Unit, Indian Statistical Institute. distinguished invitees, and conference participants. I'm truly honored to be invited to deliver the inaugural keynote address for the conference on growth and development in the BRICS economies, jointly organized by the Delhi School of Economics and the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi Center. The conference itself is very timely and topical in view of India taking over the presidency of the BRICS in 2021. And I can tell you from personal ongoing experience that the two tracks, the central bank track and the finance ministry track, are working 26 hours every day to take forward our agenda for this presidency. I'm sure that the discussions in the conference and the signed papers to be presented will shine light on how the BRICS economies chart their course through the pandemic and into a post-pandemic world. Before I begin my formal address, I would like to sincerely thank Professor Pami Dua for those very warm words of welcome. And more than that, for reaching out to me. We, as she said, we served together shoulder to shoulder in the Monetary Policy Committee, the first Monetary Policy Committee of India, along with Professor Chetan Ghate. And I will personally cherish those times we had together to establish India's new monetary policy framework. My address on BRICS in the global economy, India's challenges, which I propose to anchor with a PowerPoint presentation, is loosely divided into two parts, although I will be moving back and forth across these parts to tease out the interlinkages. The first part will deal with the state of the BRICS economies and the immediate challenges that they face. This will be followed by an overview of the challenges confronting India in view of the current BRICS presidency. I'll just take a minute here to load my slides. Please bear with me. The acronym BRIC, as was, sorry, just a minute. Let me get. As I was saying, the acronym BRICS started as BRIC and is traced back to 2001, widely attributed to Jim O'Neill, then chairman of Goldman Sachs Asset Management. But apparently there's some dispute about its origin. Be that as it may, the first formal meeting of BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, represented by their leaders at that time, took place in Yekaterinburg in 2009. South Africa joined in 2010 and completed the BRICS. Together, the BRICS account for more than 40% of the world's population, a quarter of global GDP, a quarter of global direct foreign investment, and close to a fifth of world trade. It is in this context that the BRICS are being regarded as an emerging global powerhouse. The BRICS encompass a wide diversity as well as distinct similarities. They include the most populous nations as well as relatively sparsely lived ones with different demographic profiles, especially in terms of population aging, life expectancy, and share of dependence. They also vary widely in terms of their financial development, with the proportion of adults owning bank accounts being taken as a measure of financial inclusion. The BRICS also share many common features, such as broadly similar stages of development, accelerating growth in a sustainable manner as a development strategy, emphasis on inclusivity and digitization, and investing into climate resilience. It is with these characteristics that the BRICS have come together to contribute to the development and prosperity of human societies all over the world, and thereby to the global common good. That black line that you saw that came up on your screen on the left-hand side of the slide is the projection of global growth by the IMF in October. Accordingly, global GDP is projected to recover from an unprecedented, excuse me, I'll just try to get a laser printer. Yeah. So the world is expected to recover from an unprecedented decline of 3.1% in 2020 when the pandemic struck to a level of 5.9% positive growth in 2021. Broadly, India is expected to grow at 9.5%, China 8%, Brazil 5.2%, South Africa 5%, Russia 4.7%. So broadly, similar pace of growth. This is the bars that came up on the screen are the rest of the world, and the blue bars are the BRICS. And you can see that the BRICS are going to be the most important engine of global recovery in 2021, contributing 42% of global growth in that year, which is more than the combined share of the next three growth drivers, that is the US, the Euro area, and the UK. The BRICS are also a formidable force in world trade, accounting for about 16% of world merchandise and services trade by value. In fact, if you strip out services and take merchandise trade alone, they have a share of 31%. The BRICS comprise both commodity exporters and importers with a specialization across a range of manufacturers and services. India intra-BRICS trade, which is not focused so much upon, is actually expanding robustly and has exhibited a degree of pandemic proofing. Illustratively, India's trade with the rest of the BRICS partners has risen to US $113.3 billion in the pandemic year of 2021, financial year from April to March, up from US $110 billion in the pre-pandemic year, 2019-20. In 2021 so far, all the BRICS nations are posting robust export performances. Turning to capital flows, the BRICS nations have financially open economies and are preferred habitats for capital flows. In recent years, they have also experienced sudden stops and reversals, as well as surges, mostly accentuated by portfolio flows. By contrast, all of them are also recipients of relatively stable foreign direct investment. The UNCTAD estimates that the BRICS account for 25% of global FDI, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. In 2020, there was a retrenchment of capital flows across the emerging market economies. Among the BRICS, only India and South Africa were spared from net outflows. In 2021 so far, net capital inflows continue to favor India and Brazil. In contrast to the situation at the time of 2013, the famous year of the taper tantrum, the BRICS appear very well fortified on the external front in 2021. Currently, the BRICS hold 33% of global foreign exchange reserves, with China, India, and Russia among the top 10 reserve holders in the world. Reserve adequacy measured by prospective import cover ranges between 7 and 19 months, and the specific numbers for each country are given on the right-hand side slide in green in parentheses. These refer to the months of future import, the year ahead. Typically, China and Russia run current account surpluses, and hence the focus of market analysts is typically on the current account deficit economies, Brazil, India, and South Africa. India has moved into a modest current account surplus in 20 and 21 so far, but this may not last in view of rising import demand. The BRICS have been staunch champions of multilateralism, voting unanimously for quota and governance reforms at the IMF to make it more representative of global economic realities, especially the rising profile of emerging market economies. Together, the BRICS hold 14.8% of the IMF's quota resources. The total quota resources are SDR 476 billion. They also hold 14% of the voting power in the IMF. In the World Bank, they have increased their share in the institution's capital to 14.1%, with a share of 13.4% in the voting power. But that is not the limit of their interaction on a multilateral level. Confronted with an impasse in future quota reform, amidst a hostile and volatile international environment, the BRICS have turned creditors to the IMF to supplement its quota resources. The collective share of the BRICS in the IMF's new arrangements to borrow is 16% out of a total of SDR 361 billion. Besides, each BRICS nation has signed bilateral borrowing arrangements with the IMF, accumulating to a total of 17% of the total stock of SDR 135 billion. In addition, the BRICS have put in place swap lines among themselves under a contingent reserve arrangement, or CRA, amounting to US $100 billion. And this is counted as a part of the global financial safety net. I will discuss the CRA separately. The BRICS were impacted severely by the pandemic, with multiple waves of infections, which continue to take their toll. This chart will show you the 7-day rolling averages of infections currently in the BRICS. In terms of total infections, 3 BRICS countries, India, Brazil, and Russia, are among the top 5 affected nations in the world at present. The 7-day averages are coming up. This one is Brazil. The line that merged with the x-axis is China. The blue line is India, and you can see at one time we had the highest 7-day rolling rate of infections in the whole world. The orange line is Russia. As you can see, there's an uptick in the more recent period, and the red line is South Africa. So all in all, they are facing a reduction in infections in the more recent period. The scale and speed of vaccination drives has helped to contain the new infections. In terms of vaccination, however, there are wide divergences ranging between 3/4 of the population being fully vaccinated in China and only a 1/5 in South Africa. Clearly, full vaccination is an immediate challenge for all the BRICS, especially India. Among the leading exporters of vaccines, China, Russia, and India figure prominently. In the case of vaccines, exports were temporarily halted when domestic infections surged. As these infections have come down, India has resumed exports of vaccines from October, including under the Quad initiative, under which at least 1 billion doses of vaccines will be exported to the Indo-Pacific region by the end of 2022. The vaccines will be produced in India, with the US financing capacity expansion, Japan providing concessional loans, and Australia giving last-mile delivery support. In a strong expression of commitment to the Quad initiative, India financed 50% of the first consignment of 1 million doses in October. As a consequence of the differentials in infections and vaccination drives, as well as differences in monetary and fiscal policy support, the BRICS are facing divergences in macroeconomic conditions. The lines that are coming up are their growth profiles: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. While Brazil faces the highest inflation outcomes currently at 9.7%, while Russia is also dealing with high inflation of 7.8%. And coincidentally, both are commodity exporters. China at 1.5% has kept retail inflation low despite high producer price inflation at 13.5% in October. In South Africa, inflation is within the target range. In India, inflation breached the upper tolerance band in May, but strong supply-side measures in the form of augmented access to imports and buffer stocks, as well as measures to incentivize productivity, have yielded results, bringing down inflation close to the target from September. Let me now turn to monetary policy. There's considerable similarity among the BRICS in terms of their monetary policy frameworks. 4 of them have adopted inflation targeting. The numerical targets range around 4%, and all of them have tolerance bands barring Russia, which aims to keep inflation close to 4%. South Africa does not have a point target. It follows an inflation target range of 3 to 6%. China has not adopted inflation targeting, but keeps inflation low and stable below 3%. All of them responded to the pandemic with large rate cuts and reserve requirement reductions. More recently, Brazil and Russia have completed the normalization of policy accommodation, and Brazil is into orthodox tightening. India, China, and South Africa continue to maintain accommodative monetary policy stances. Another common feature among BRICS has been their pandemic response in the form of large fiscal stimuli, ranging between 4.1% of GDP in India to 9.2% of GDP in Brazil, in the form of additional spending and tax revenue forgone. In addition, liquidity support ranged between 1.3% in China to 6.2% of GDP in India. As a consequence, fiscal positions in terms of the gross fiscal deficit to GDP ratio worsened through the pandemic, ranging between 4% in Russia to 13% in Brazil. Russia was running a fiscal surplus ahead of the pandemic, and hence there was fiscal headroom that could be used during the pandemic with the least stress on the fiscal accounts. Fiscal risks have risen sharply, with debt GDP ratios in the range of 66% for China to 99% for Brazil as percentages of GDP. As I mentioned, Russia is an outlier with its debt GDP ratio below 20% of GDP. Medium-term and even nearer-term challenges for the BRICS arise in the context of climate risks and emission commitments, which may engender energy shortages, technology gaps, and hence may pose risks to medium-term growth and inflation, especially for countries with large emissions. A more immediate challenge stems from elevated commodity prices. While these are risks for net importers like India, they confer terms of trade gains for net exporters like Brazil and Russia. For all the BRICS, rising food prices on account of natural calamities and demand-supply imbalances caused by the pandemic involve elevated inflation risks. Within the BRICS, per capita incomes differ widely. Studies conducted in CAFRAL, the RBI Center of Excellence, show that per capita income is a significant determinant of credit ratings across all 3 external credit rating agencies, that is Standard & Poor, Moody's, and Fitch. All the BRICS economies are vulnerable to the middle income trap, which refers to a situation in which they fail to transition to a high economy due to rising costs and declining competitiveness. Investment and innovation are the 2 key ingredients to moving a middle income economy to a high income economy, and it is necessary to understand the macroeconomic factors that affect investment in each of our countries. Let me now turn to the achievements that BRICS has under its belt so far. Since the BRICS came into existence in 2009 and 2010, significant milestones have been passed in their journey together. The new development bank started functioning in 2015 and has approved about 80 projects in its member countries, involving a portfolio of $30 billion in areas such as transport, water, sanitization, clean energy, digital infrastructure, social infrastructure, and urban development. Since September 2021, the NDB is approving new members, and the new members that have joined are Uruguay, United Arab Emirates, and Bangladesh. The NDB has set a target of $10 billion for COVID-related support, of which more than $7 billion has already been disbursed. The Contingent Reserve Arrangement, or CRA, is a mechanism with a total corpus of $100 billion to provide short-term swap support during balance of payments crises to each other. The swaps have a delinked portion of 30%, which can be extended as emergency liquidity support, and a linked portion of 70%, which is contingent upon the requesting country having an IMF program in place. The BRICS Strategic Economic Partnership 21 to 25 provides a roadmap for economic cooperation among the member countries, with a focus on trade and investment, the digital economy, and sustainable development. The BRICS, or BRICS Information Security Channel, is a recent initiative started during Russia's presidency in 2020. Its focus is on information exchange on cybersecurity and cyber-related incident management. The BRICS Task Force on PPP and infrastructure is another initiative to establish a forum where various aspects relating to cooperation in infrastructure can be discussed. In 2021, the focus is on social infrastructure. The BRICS Payment Task Force is a central bank initiative to promote cooperation in payment systems, including on cross-border payments. The BRICS Business Council has been created as a platform to promote and strengthen business, trade, and investment ties among the business communities of these countries, and to ensure there's a regular dialogue between them and their governments. The BRICS Academic Forum is a platform for deliberations and discussions among leading academic institutions of BRICS countries. The forum strengthens dialogue amongst academic communities and proposes ideas and solutions on numerous social, environmental, and educational issues. The BRICS Women's Business Alliance aims at promoting women's entrepreneurship in the BRICS countries. The BRICS Energy Research Cooperation Platform is a platform for promoting energy-based sustainable development, sharing of technologies, expansion of cooperation on educational programs, as well as exchange of statistical data and information on national energy systems. The BRICS Think Tank Council was initiated in 2013 to enhance cooperation in research and capacity building among academic communities in the BRICS countries. The BRICS Environmentally Sound Technology Platform, launched in 2015, aims to facilitate the exchange of experience and information on the best available technologies on environmental friendly means to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Let me now turn to India's presidency. Under India's presidency, 6 projects have almost reached completion or have been completed. The report on digital financial inclusion puts together initiatives, innovations, and reforms undertaken by these countries in the area of financial inclusion by leveraging digital technology tools. The e-book on information security regulations and compendium of BRICS best practices on information security risks covers information security regulations and best practices across the BRICS jurisdictions, with an aim of strengthening cyber incident management systems. The CRA evaluation report covers all the issues and recommendations arising from this year's CRA test run, as well as past test runs conducted since 2018. The first BRICS collaborative study COVID-19 headwinds and tailwinds of balance of payments of BRICS is a unique example of our cooperation, where teams from the central banks came together and completed this study on the balance of payments of these countries. And the crucial thing is they mapped the course of the pandemic through the balance of payments. This has been circulated and approved by finance ministers and governors in August 2021, and a decision on public release is pending. The BRICS Economic Bulletin for 2021 is on the theme of navigating the ongoing pandemics, the BRICS experience of resilience and recovery. Furthermore, in 2021, the test run of the IMF-linked portion of the CRA was conducted for the first time, and modalities of cooperation with the IMF are being finalized. Over the rest of the year, the deliverables are the BRICS Bond Fund, which is a joint initiative to invest into each of our local bond markets so as to develop them. After multiple rounds of discussions, central banks have reached a consensus on various issues in 2021 and are now close to signing the fund framework. BRICS finance ministers and central bank governors have adopted a BRICS statement on global economic outlook and responding to COVID crisis in August 2021. And they have agreed to continue efforts to strengthen our cooperation to achieve strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive economic growth in a post-pandemic world. The MSME Roundtable in 2021 has helped enhance BRICS cooperation in the area of development of MSMEs to integrate them into global value chains. In 2021, BRICS Agreement on Cooperation and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Customs Matters has been finalized. Let me now turn to part 2 of my remarks. And these concern India. And I focus on India because of its year of its presidency in the BRICS. GDP is widely used as an indicator of economic progress of a country. If one looks back over the last 75 years, biparent structural breakpoint tests reveal that India's growth trajectory, represented by the blue line, has gone through 3 phases. The dotted line shows trend or average growth in each of these phases. Up to the 70s, India averaged trend growth of 3.5%, the so-called Hindu rate of growth, which has been associated with inward-looking policies adopted during that time. Trend growth picked up to 5.5% during 1980 to 2002 as liberalization and opening up occurred. Thereafter, GDP growth has averaged 7% in the period 2003 to 20 till the pandemic arrived. And then in the year of the pandemic, GDP declined by 7.3%. What are the growth drivers in India? As you can see, the green portion, that is private consumption expenditure. So India's growth is essentially led by households, although their share has declined from 75% of GDP in the 60s to about 55% in recent years. There have been phases of export-led and investment-led growth. The red and the export-led is yellow, and the investment-led is red. But these have not been sustained, these phases. However, they did provide turning points in India's growth path. The CLEMS data that is compiled by the Delhi School of Economics for the RBI show that capital accumulation is the most important contributor to India's growth. Therefore, the investment rate, the blue line on the left-hand side, is regarded as the most important lever of growth in India. A striking feature of our growth, is that it is homegrown. Investment is primarily financed by domestic savings, with capital inflows from abroad playing only a supplemental role. A noteworthy feature is that the saving rate has started to decline after the global financial crisis. Eventually, this pulled down the investment rate, which exhibited deceleration since 2012-13. Reversing this trend is critical to achieve higher growth. The current account deficit, which is essentially exports minus imports of goods and services with remittances thrown in, determines how much of net capital inflows can be absorbed or used for growth. Essentially, countries like India earn foreign exchange through exports, and they pay for these, they use these export earnings to pay for imports, which are essential for our growth. Typically for countries like India, imports exceed exports, and therefore we run current account deficits. And that is the amount that comes in from abroad to support domestic savings. Our experience has been that India can sustain a current account deficit of 2.5 to 3% of GDP without getting into an external sector crisis. In fact, a telling reminder of this fact was that with a record increase in oil and gold imports, the current account deficit went above this plimsoll line in 2011 to 13 and precipitated what is called the taper tantrum. And India was labeled among the fragile five, and I will come to that shortly. After an impressive growth of export growth of about 20% in the 2000s, which also coincided with a pickup in openness. The blue line is our openness, India's openness to trade, and the gray or black line is the openness to finance, that is capital flows from abroad. However, thereafter, export growth has fallen away, primarily reflecting trade protectionism, and this is also associated with GDP deceleration in India. The robust recovery in world trade in 2021, at least in the first half, has brought with it a renewed sense of optimism about exports becoming an engine of growth. India's exports are progressing fast towards the annual target of 400 billion set for this year. By the first half of this financial year, the export level was actually half of that target. Measures such as the production-linked incentive scheme are expected to boost exports. Financial openness is also improving, consistent with trade openness. India bucked the global trend and recorded its highest ever inward FDI to the tune of $82 billion in 2021, and the trend continues into the current financial year. India has a bank-led financing system, and therefore credit growth, bank credit growth, is a bellwether indicator of the financing challenges to growth. In recent years, since 2017, there has been a slowdown in bank credit. That is that mauve line. This is largely attributable to stress on banks' balance sheets due to what are called non-performing assets. The non-performing assets or NPA buildup in India traces its roots to the credit boom in the mid-2000s. GDP acceleration during this period propelled massive investments in anticipation of high returns. While project evaluation of banks was often lax, global overcapacity and the slowing down of the economy led to a turning of the investment cycle, project delays, and cost overruns. Bank defaults increased and stressed banks became reluctant to take new lending risks. Furthermore, in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, banks were granted regulatory forbearance to restructure their assets and treat them as standard advances, but with additional provisions. These are shown as yellow bars. These restructured accounts built up rapidly, reaching a high of 6.3% of total assets by end March 2015. When the regulatory forbearance was withdrawn, and there was subsequent asset quality review, which led to a more realistic recognition of gross non-performing assets, these flowed into the regular non-performing loans, and you can see their numbers are dwindling and will soon disappear, but the bar size of non-performing assets is growing. After reaching a peak of 11.5% of total assets, the GNPA ratio has been steadily declining, mainly due to resolution of stressed assets under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, along with a revised framework for resolution of stressed assets, which the RBI has set out. Write-offs of bad loans also contributed to this decline. Before the onset of COVID-19, the GNPA ratio of scheduled commercial banks in India stood at 8.3% at the end of March 2020. It has now fallen to 7.5%, showing that the banks used the pandemic period to improve recoveries and write-offs while making higher provisions in their balance sheets. With banks in a risk-averse mode, businesses are looking to accessing alternative sources of financing, such as financial markets and other non-banking sources. And you can see non-banking sources, both domestic and foreign taken together, are now contributing as much as, or even more than the banking system in financing India's commercial sector. The coming together of supply disruptions, health crisis, and unparalleled mass migration and a hostile global environment took a heavy toll on the Indian economy in 2021. The combination of demand compression and supply disruption that took hold caused severe debilitating effects, and the economy contracted by 7.3% in 2021. With a growth of 9.5% projected in 21-22, the Indian economy will be only 1.6% above the level of GDP in 1920. So in this chart, what has happened is that the level of GDP has been taken and a trend line fitted to it, so that the black line is an extension of the trend line, while the red line below it are the actual outturns of GDP so far. And the gray shaded area therefore measures the GDP that has been lost to the pandemic. It is 10% of a year's GDP. And our assessment, it will take several years to recoup that loss. So recouping this lost output is what I will regard as the second most important challenge for India, the first being full vaccination, as I mentioned earlier. The quarterly employment survey of April 2021 by the Labour Bureau provides official information on the organized sector employment, covering 9 sectors, which account for 85% of organized sector employment. Between March 20 and July 20, that is the period of the strictest lockdown arguably in the world, all sectors witnessed a decline in the number of employees, with the maximum decline in the contact-intensive sectors like accommodation, restaurants, and manufacturing. In fact, these sectors lost employees at a rate higher than the national average. By contrast, those that had less exposure to contact suffered lower rates of losses. Only 34% of units could function during March to June, with the exception of health and financial sectors. As regards wage loss, however, as much as 80.7% of employees received full wages, and only 2.7% went without wages. So putting back people to work, reskilling them to respond to the changing environment, and enhancing their productivity is the third challenge that I will identify. And in this context, out of 132 countries, India is ranked as 100 in terms of labor productivity, one of the lowest in the world. So this is a formidable challenge that India faces. India's population at 1.38 billion is the world's youngest, with a median age of 28.4 years. But aging will close this demographic dividend by the year 2045. The changing structure of the population can be best represented by the age dependency ratio, that is the blue line, which measures the total of dependent population, that is 0 to 14 years and 65 and above, to the total working age population. A lower value of this ratio implies a more productive population. India's age dependency ratio has been declining and is likely to decline even further till 2025, after which it will stagnate and increase. A comparison of working age populations, that is, working age population as a proportion to total population, shows that India stands at an advantageous position at the present. Its working age ratio is going up, and it will go up until 2045. So making the most of this demographic dividend is the next major challenge facing the Indian economy. As I mentioned, India was one of the fragile five in 2013 when external sector viability deteriorated during the taper tantrum. Relative to that position, India is much better positioned today. As you can see, the current account deficit of 4.8% of GDP in 2013 is now replaced by a surplus of 0.9% of GDP. And as you can see, all the indicators of external vulnerability have improved. But I present this as a challenge because the international environment is now turning hostile with geopolitical tensions, the long-lasting scars of the pandemic, and the inevitability of climate change. Furthermore, countries all over the world are contemplating shifting their policy stances from a pandemic mode to a more normal one. This will involve global spillovers to which India cannot be immune. India is currently among the fastest growing major economies of the world, but in purchasing power parity terms, and the best example of purchasing power parity can be McDonald's Big Mac. They say that the Big Mac is made of the same wheat and potatoes in all countries in the world. And purchasing power can be measured by how much money you require to buy a Big Mac. And it turns out that you can buy 2 Big Macs in India for the price of 1 in the US. So India is the third largest economy in the world by purchasing power parity, with a share of 7% in 2020, after China and the US. According to a report by PricewaterhouseCoopers, India's GDP will exceed US GDP in purchasing power parity terms before 2040, as shown in the right-hand side chart. This will make India the second largest economy in the world after China. And this I will present as the final challenge, preparing along with the BRICS to be a global economic powerhouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. That was a wonderful presentation, and I did not feel like interrupting you because we were enjoying the presentation so much. So we have time now only for one question. Although I have a list of questions, I will ask you only one question. So this is from Sumesh Mathur. Can BRICS form an economic alignment by having a FTA?
Yes, we can indeed. But I think the way we are going, because we have such diverse commodity profiles and production bases, we will have FTAs with each other first, as we are now contemplating with the Euro area and other places. So I think the first step will be bilateral FTAs, and then we have a multilateral FTA. Already work towards that has started by sort of getting our customs people to talk to each other to facilitate trade.
Right, maybe I can slip in one more question. This is from Divyandu Mehti. BRICS countries are located far from each other. Is there any possibility of trade creation for the partner countries?
Yes, there is already trade creation. As I mentioned in my presentation, that intra-BRICS trade has survived the pandemic somehow and is actually growing. In fact, India's trade with the BRICS has gone up by $2 billion during the pandemic itself. So trade creation is certainly happening. And because we are so diverse and so apart, we have things that we need from each other, and we can meet each other's needs. So it's a very, very positive trade environment among the BRICS.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Patra, and thank you for joining us. Thank you for a wonderful keynote address, and for being with us as part of the BRICS Network University Conference.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I thoroughly enjoyed this, especially meeting up with you and Chetan.
Yeah, so Chetan has turned on his video now, so you can see.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks a lot for your nice talk.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
All right.
Goodbye, and I wish the conference all success.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So we will reconvene in 15 minutes. We take a 15 minutes break. and we will reconvene 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Thank you so much. Okay. Meantime, Chetan, can you just check if everyone is here for the next session? Makram is here.
Yeah, I'm here. You are here. Is Luis here? I think I saw him logged on. So,
Luis, are you here?
I am here. I have lots of issues because I kept getting disconnected. So I have about 3 connections from different sources. If I am to get disconnected, can you take over, Chetan, or Dr.?
Yeah, sure. I'll take over.
So I don't interrupt the flow.
Yeah, but hopefully you'll come back on, right?
Yeah, I will do it as soon as I can. And
Okay.
Right now, this last connection has lasted, and I'm sorry I missed part of Dr. Patra's really very interesting, very detailed presentation. No?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So should we just all try sharing our slides, please? Pami, do you want to go first?
Yeah, okay. Can you give me the rights to share, Divyendra?
Okay. Just give me. Yeah, you'll be able to share now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So it's working. Yeah. Okay. So I just stop sharing it or?
Yeah, let me just try mine so we can see that.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you allow me to share my slides, Dibyendu?
Yeah. So, Ami, you should stop now.
Yeah. Okay. I did do that. So.
Chetan, can you go?
Yeah. 1 sec. Can you see that? Oops. Yeah. Is that visible?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Why is it paused? 1 second. We just try it again. 1 second. Can you see that? Where is it?
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Okay, so I'm good.
Yeah.
And
Makram.
Okay, I will try.
I'll just join back in a couple of minutes. Chetan, if you can just make sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yep, we can see it.
Wonderful.
Great, excellent.
So we're all set.
Yeah, we're all set. Luis, are you there? I think he stepped out. So Makram, what time is it in Beijing? It's what, 2.5 hours ahead of Delhi, or? Yeah.
Yes, it is. So it's 7:20 now.
Okay.
어쨌든
Hello.
Should I share my screen to save time or should we wait?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
To start in a minute, Luis.
Good evening. After that very entertaining and informative talk by Deputy Governor Patra, it is my pleasure to initiate the first session of the Conference on Growth and Development in the BRICS Economy on issues in macroeconomics and finance. My name is Luis Brewer. I am the IMF representative to India, Nepal, and Bhutan, based in New Delhi. And in this first session, we have three very distinguished thinkers. You will find their extensive bios in the conference program. So let me just very briefly introduce them. We have Professor Pami Dua of the Delhi School of Economics in India, Professor Chetan Gate from the Indian Statistical Institute in India, and Professor Makram El-Shaghi of Henan University in China. Each speaker will have 25 minutes to make their presentations, and this will be followed by a 5-minute question and answer session. Please use the chat to submit your questions. And I will remind the speakers when they have 5 minutes left in their presentations. And to the rest of you listening, can you please make sure you mute your speakers so that we avoid an echo? Without further ado, Professor Dua, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Lewis. Good evening, everyone. I'm presenting on analysis of synchronization of cycles of BRICS economies. This is a consolidation of my joint works with Anirvan Banerjee, Divya Tuteja, Vidita Sharma. So the outline of my presentation, first I will give the background and motivation, talk about the recent international global recessions, then some background on business cycle analysis, what are business cycles, what are growth rate cycles, then how to measure synchronization of business and growth rate cycles. And here I will talk about 3 types of measures. One is the reference chronology based measures, then statistical measures, and then measures based on econometric modeling. And then a little bit about the vulnerability factors, what transmits these recessions in the current scenario. And I talk about the trade linkages, also external common shocks. And then I have the conclusions. Now background. I think I request everyone.
Neelam, can you mute? Neelam, can you mute your audio?
So we start with the Great Recession. The Great Recession dates were December 2007 to June 2009. Now the breadth and depth of Great Recession reflected the increased globalization of the economies and also the strong financial interconnections as well as trade linkages. These factors amplified the transmission of the Great Recession to export-oriented economies due to the decline in consumer demand. And as a result of this, most major developed countries shrunk rapidly, along with most export-dependent developing economies. And if you look at the case of China, China experienced its worst slowdown in this period. And actually 20 million migrant workers were unemployed during this time. And India also experienced a very sharp slowdown. However, both these countries escaped a recession. Another important point about this recession is that the start of the global recession preceded the great financial crisis, which was triggered by the collapse of Lehman Brothers in September 2008. And this is a very important point that I will return to when we discuss the COVID pandemic recession, the current scenario that we are seeing in the global economies. So next is the COVID-19 pandemic. And here the NBER dates for the US recession are February 2020 to April 2020. This is perhaps the shortest recession dated by the National Bureau of Economic Research. And what we can say about this recession is that the global economy simultaneously experienced the most synchronous recession on record, which surpassed the Great Recession. And the US economy experienced its deepest recession in 75 years. And this recession started in February 2020. And both China and India, that had miraculously escaped the Great Recession, experienced short but very severe recessions during this period. Now, countries were faced with simultaneous external shocks due to the COVID pandemic, and this resulted in a lockdown in China. In China, the lockdown started in February 2020, and in the rest of the world, it started in March 2020. So there was some difference in the timing of the lockdowns. Now, the transmission of the resulting demand and supply shocks through these trade channels exacerbated the global recession. And there were some other factors also that led to the severity of the recessions. This includes the supply chain dynamics as well as the financial linkages across the economies. So the recession start dates were not perfectly synchronized around the world. And as I have said before, the US recession officially began in February 22. And India and Brazil also, their recession started in February 2020. Now, most major developed and emerging economies entered the recession in 2019. That was before the COVID pandemic. The economies were already showing signs of slowdown, and the COVID-19 crisis was enough to tip them into a recession. And why this is important is that if we talk about COVID leading to a recession, so that's not exactly the case because the economies were slowing anyway before that. And this is a similarity with the earlier recession where the economies were already slowing down before the crash of the Lehman Brothers. And in this background, we analyzed the synchronization of cycles amongst the US and BRICS economies. So we take US as the benchmark economy to see how the BRICS economies were doing. And we also look at bilateral pairs of the BRICS economies. So to measure synchronization, we utilize the following measures. First, we have measures which are based on reference chronology. Reference chronology refers to the peaks and troughs of the business cycle and the growth rate cycle. And under this, we have three measures. One is the clustering of recession start and end dates. Then second is proportion of economies in recession. And the third is diffusion index. Then the second type of measures are based on statistical analysis. And we look at three of these. First is the simple correlation coefficient. Then we construct a concordance index. And the third is the quasi-correlation coefficient. And the third kind of measure is based on an econometric model, which uses DCC gauge and panel data methods. So first, some background on business cycle and growth rate cycles. When we talk about business cycles, we refer to ups and downs in the level of economic activity. And the way to measure this is to look at coincident indicators. Coincident indicators are indicators that move in tandem with the economy. And we create a composite index of several variables that move in tandem with the economy, and we call that a coincident index. Now, the other kind of cycle is the growth rate cycle, which refers to the growth rate of the coincident index. So ups and downs in the growth rate of the coincident index. So one is level. Level gives you business cycles, and the growth rate analysis gives you a growth rate cycle. Now, when we talk about a recession, we mean a vicious cycle of pronounced, pervasive, and persistent cascading declines in output, income, employment, and sales. And after a recession, we get a virtuous cycle of rising economic activity. And this transition between the vicious and the virtuous cycle gives us the turning points or the peaks and troughs in the cycle, which then determine the reference chronology. Now, when we refer to a slowdown is a milder counterpart of a recession, and it means a downshift in the positive growth in economic activity, which may or may not develop into a recession. So a slowdown may not develop into a recession, but if there is a recession, there would have been a slowdown before the recession. So this is the way we analyze slowdown versus recession. Now, what is the data we will use? We will look at the Economic Cycle Research Institute data. Economic Cycle Research Institute is a business cycle research organization based in New York, and they analyze the business cycles and growth rate cycles of 22 countries. So we use their data for the BRICS economies and also for the US economy. And the time period is from 1995 to June 2021. So it encompasses the recent recession period also. So this is where the BRICS countries are located. So what can we say about them when they are located so far from each other? How can we talk about synchronization? Okay, so we start with the measurement of synchronization using the reference chronology-based measures. So there are three such measures, as I said earlier. We have the clustering of start and end dates of recessions, proportion of economies in expansion, then we have the diffusion index. Now, clustering of start and end dates of recession, the Economic Cycle Research Institute has dated the recessions for these 22 countries. So we have the peaks and the troughs. So we use this. And what we find is that if the dating is such that the recessions are starting around the same time, then that gives us clustering or bunching of the start of recessions. And that means that there is more synchronization. So what we find using the data given by ECRI, Economic Cycle Research Institute, is that the recession start dates in the COVID crisis are bunched as closely together as those in the Great Recession. But the Great Recession start dates are clustered more closely together than the recession that the US witnessed in early 2001. And what this reveals is that the COVID pandemic resulted in a highly synchronized recession, but it also reveals that many economies slipped into recession before the start of the COVID crisis. So here is an index that combines information from 21 countries that has been put together by the Economic Cycle Research Institute. So it's like a composite global index. And here I have marked some of the dates of the countries, the start dates of the recession. So what is touching the graph is the start date of the recession, and the L shape at the bottom gives you the date of the ending of the recession. So you can see that in red, I have marked the BRICS countries. And if you look at the recent pandemic, you will see that the bunching is quite high, not just within BRICS, but also with the developed countries. Now, just very quickly, these are the recession dates post-2000 in the BRICS countries. And why I'm showing you this is that if we look at Brazil, in Brazil, from 2000 onwards, we have seen 5 recessions. For Russia, we have seen 3 recessions. For India and China, 1 recession. And for South Africa, we have seen 2. So just to give you an idea that there has been some synchronization, but not perfect synchronization in the recession periods. But what we find is that if we look at the slowdown, then the number of slowdowns across BRICS economies have been almost the same, and which means that all the economies were slowing down, but some then moved into recession and some got out of recession. Now, just to show you the clustering here, so what I have done is I have the US recession dates, which are marked in blue on the top of the axis on the left side chart, and on the bottom of the left side chart are the recession periods for each of the BRICS countries. So this chart has the Brazilian dates. And then on the right side of the slide, I have the slowdown of US on the top and slowdown dates of the BRICS economies. So in this, I have the chart for Brazil. So if I look at the recession charts, which is on the left with the blue shaded area showing the US recession. So you can see that there is not so much synchronization. The number of recessions in Brazil were much more than the recessions in the US. But if you look at the slowdown charts, there is more synchronization. So I do this for each BRICS country. So this is for Russia. So again, I find that the slowdown periods are matching more than the recession periods. Recession is on the left, slowdown on the right. Then this is for India. So India did not see a recession through the 2000 decade, and it's just this recent recession that corresponds to the COVID period that we have witnessed. And this also has been dated as very short, from February 2020 to April 2020. It is perfectly synchronized with the US recession dates. And if you look at the right side, which are the slowdown dates, then there you will find more synchronization between the US and the Indian slowdowns. China also, there was no recession earlier, and it escaped the Great Recession like India's. And in the COVID recession, it was not perfectly aligned. The Chinese recession started in December 2019, so before COVID, and then it ended in March 2020. So it's not perfectly aligned, but there is some overlap. And then there is more overlap in the slowdown period. Then South Africa, again, we see that there were recessions, but it's not fully aligned, but more alignment in growth rate cycle. Now, the next measure is number of economies in expansion as a proportion of the number of economies that are tracked. And here, what I find is that in the proportion of economies tracked by the Economic Cycle Research Institute, this proportion nosedived in 2020 to zero. So proportion of economies that are in expansion became zero in 2020. And this demonstrates that 21st century recessions are becoming increasingly widespread. So here I have a chart. So there are two graphs here. The top one in red is for the BRICS economies. And if you look at that, then in 2020, you can see that the red has fallen to 0%. But before that, it was not 0%. And in the 21 economies composite index for all the 21 countries, again, if you look at 2020 recession, you find it has fallen to 0%. Now, another measure we look at is the diffusion index, which gives us the proportion of the coincident indexes that are higher than what they were 3 months ago. And if you look at this, then what we find is that the recessions in the major developed economies were more concerted after the 2000s. So they were more concerted, say, in the Great Recession and COVID crisis than in the earlier recession. And again, if you look at the COVID crisis, so there we find that they dropped to 0%. So here are three charts. The top one is BRICS. So you can see it is dropping to 0% in 2020. Then the second one is the G7 countries. So that also drops to 0% in 2020. And for 21 countries also that are tracked by ECRI, all 21 countries together drop to 0%. So 0% means that there was no country that had a coincident index that was rising in the previous 3 months. This is the meaning of this. Now, if you look at some statistical measures, the statistical measures we use are correlation, concordance index, and quasi-correlation. Difference between correlation and quasi-correlation is that quasi-correlation we measure at a given point in time, so we get a time path of the correlation. Now, here is a table that gives us the correlation for 3 periods across the BRICS economies and US. And the numbers in red are the correlations for the COVID pandemic. The numbers in green are for the Great Recession, and numbers in purple are for the full period, which is 1995 to 2021. So here you can see that the recent recession, the COVID pandemic recession, is highly correlated, except for China, and that is an exception here. Then If we move on to the next measure, which is the concordance index. So concordance index, the way it is constructed, if we have a value 1, it says it is perfectly synchronized. If we have 0, means 0 synchronization. So here is a table that gives the numbers here. So again, red is for the COVID pandemic recession, green is for the Great Recession, and purple is for the entire period. So here again, you find that there is perfect synchronization in most of the country pairs, except the synchronization versus China, because Chinese recession ended sooner than the others. So here again, we find that concordance is high during the Great Recession, but it's higher in the COVID pandemic recession. Then we look at the quasi-correlation. As I said, this gives you a time path for the correlations, the way it is constructed. So here I have made charts for the different countries versus the US recession. So US recession here is showing in gray because these were overlapping, so the colors are lighter. And the mustard ones are the BRICS countries. So this is for Brazil. So the quasi-correlations is this black chart. This is the bilateral correlation between Brazil and US. So you can see the spike in the 2020 recession period. And this is for Russia. Again, the gray area is the US recession. Mustard denotes Russia. And you can see the high spike in 2020. And this is
Professor.
Yes, 5 minutes. Okay. And so this is the same pattern for the other BRICS countries also. So here, this is a comparison of the different measures. If you look at simple correlation versus quasi-correlation versus an econometric measure of the correlation, which is the dynamic conditional correlation. So this is just a comparison to see which one is more robust. So I measure that in terms of which one is spurious, which one is dynamic, and which one is model-based. And if we do this kind of comparison, then the DCC measure comes out to be theoretically the most robust. So what I do next is then estimate conditional correlations using a DCC GARCH model, and then estimate a dynamic panel data model to look at the synchronization of US versus the BRICS countries. And what I find is that the conditional correlations among the BRICS countries versus US increased during the Great Recession and also the COVID-19 pandemic, and this increases more in the latter period. So what can we attribute this to? Of course, we have an external common shock here, which is most important. At the same time, we had the same factors as the Great Recession, which is the trade linkages and the financial linkages, as well as supply chain disruptions. So to conclude this, what we can say is that the COVID crisis was accompanied by the most synchronized global recession in the post-war period, surpassing the Great Recession, but also tipping China and India into short but sharp recessions. In the 21st century, international recessions have become increasingly deep and synchronized, but also bunching more and more tightly together over shorter time spans. And also, while common shocks like mandated lockdowns, along with international supply chain dynamics, have helped to synchronize international recessions and recoveries, the majority of recessions around the world began months before these lockdowns. And this is the similarity with the Great Recession if we compare it with the financial crisis, which I had said earlier. All right, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dua, for that most interesting presentation on the correlation of both recessions and significant growth slowdown. I am watching the chat box in case people want to submit questions, and maybe I can get started with one. Obviously, COVID was an epic shock. You know, once in a century. We will probably, hopefully never in our lifetimes go through something like this. Now, before COVID, there was a lot of talk in the international policy conversation about deglobalization, in part because of increased tensions between two systemic countries of the world, and some disappointment in many countries with multilateralism. What do your results in the movement of these economies suggest in terms of the need for example, greater policy coordination among large countries? And are there any lessons for India as India will take over the presidency of the G20 in 2023? Any lessons that you could share with policymakers based on the interesting research you have just summarized?
What I have found in my research, not just what I have presented, but other econometric work also, that the linkages are very strong. And what was expected was that some of the economies will decouple, but that kind of decoupling has not happened. And the synchronization has become stronger. The slowdowns or recessions have become shorter. So that shows the role of policy. Earlier, the recessions were much longer. So now, role of policy coordination, yes, we tried that, but that is very important, but it does not always work unless you're doing it in the right direction. Because if you look at the Great Recession, then in that period, because inflation was very high, all the economies started raising the interest rate. But that was a time when all the economies were in a recession, were slipping into a recession, but nobody saw that they were slipping into a recession. But there was this, hype that all central banks must raise interest rates, and that led to more severe recessions. So policy coordination is good, but one has to understand the data better. And for that, one has to use forward-looking variables like leading indicators and early warning signs. And somehow those seem to have been missed out in the Great Recession period. So theory, yes, there should be coordination. Practical, it didn't work. But policy coordination worked by coincidence much more during the COVID period. Because if you look at the policies of the various central banks, now, the central banks were all in an accommodative stance. They were reducing interest rates, easing interest rates, monetary policy was easy. So in that sense, although there was no concerted effort to ensure that monetary policy would be easing, but each central bank independently made this judgment. So in that sense, there was concerted steps taken, but not as a result of maybe just looking at what other banks were doing. Maybe that helped to get an understanding of the global scenario. So my answer is that policy coordination will work if you have a good understanding of what is the actual dynamics of the global economy.
Thank you very much, Professor Dua. Maybe you have just given some homework to the RBI and the Ministry of Finance and other agencies of India that are involved with international economic relations on how best to promote a beneficial policy coordination with countries that have a big impact on each other. Thank you, Professor Dua, and perfectly on time. We now turn to Professor Chetan Gathe, who will speak to us on the redistributive policy shocks and monetary policy with heterogeneous agents. Chetan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luis. Thanks very much. Can you see my screen and hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to move from BRICS issues to more broadly EME developing economy issues. This is joint work with Ojaswata Behel, who's my PhD student, and Debdual Malik, who's a longtime co-author. So kind of a recent hot topic in monetary economics is the effect of heterogeneity. So the heterogeneous effects of monetary policy on consumption, for instance, across different consumption fractals or deciles of the population, the effect of monetary policy that could possibly be different across labor supply for different segments of the population. And this is a whole branch of work in theory, but it is also now increasingly being studied in the context of data. So in the spirit of that broad issue, in this paper, what we try and ask is that governments in many EMEs, and at one point even in advanced economies, when agriculture was somewhat primitive, governments intervened in agricultural sectors through a variety of ways. One of it may be through the ambit of ensuring food security. Sometimes governments announce national objectives, for instance, on enhancing the income level of farmers. So you may say you want to double farmer income in 5 years. But the more periodic high frequency intervention is through mitigating shocks such as rainfall shocks or maybe global commodity price shocks, which makes the government intervene and stabilize particular food commodities that may be an essential component of the basket of let's say, the poor. So we are going to call these interventions procurement and redistribution, redistributive policy shocks, because they involve typically the procurement of food and then the redistribution of this food, either out of a buffer stock or procurement and redistribution via the market. And this is in general a nice area to be in. NKDSG models, of course, are now fairly standard a central banking toolkit, but their application in EMEs is thinking about dual labor market issues, applications to informal sector issues, and even multi-sector extensions where you actually pick up some of the distortions of the agricultural sector are interesting way to think about the transmission of monetary policy. Now, let me give you two examples of what these particular interventions look like. So India, for instance, in 2013 passed a very ambitious National Food Security Act, which covers 2/3 of its large population, 1.3 billion people, and provides rice, wheat, and coarse grains at highly subsidized rates per month. And this is a huge, it's the widest, largest national food program in the world. So this is an example where the food subsidy rises because to provide this subsidized grain, the procurement of food needs to increase. And then, of course, the subsidized grain through the program happens only once you have more procured food. Again, the more high frequency type of intervention is a good example of this was the rice crisis of 2008. Didn't hit India that badly, but it hit many Southeast Asian economies. For instance, in the Philippines, the subsidy on just rice, one single commodity, rose about tenfold from 0.06% to about 0.8% of GDP. Indonesia, Bangladesh, Korea all faced a similar increase in the price of rice, and they all intervened in the market to redistribute food to the poor who were consuming these grains. And in India's case, you can see, so for those of you who are not from India, the Food Corporation of India, which is the main institution through which the food subsidy is dispersed. This is the food subsidy, the Food Corporation of India, but many states add on bonuses to incentivize states to produce particular crops via the minimum support price system. And the orange bars are the add-ons by the states. But it shows that over time, if you look at the food subsidy as a percentage of GVA, gross value added of crops, it's been rising, and it's somewhat jaggedy. And you can see after 2013, there's a kind of distinct step up. It was happening before, but there's a distinct step up post 2013 in the disbursement of food subsidy. So the question is, are these types of interventions by governments in the agricultural sector, number one, are they inflationary? And if they are, or if they're not, how do we think about this analytically? And the second thing is kind of picking up on this trend in the literature, which tries to capture heterogeneity in the data and heterogeneity in theory, is how would consumer heterogeneity in the model, so for instance, we're going to write down a model where there are rich and poor households and two sectors. So we'll have an agricultural sector and a manufacturing sector. How do structural features of both these different types of entities interact to determine monetary policy's response to inflation when there is a redistributive policy shock? So the government may announce a procurement and redistribution scheme. It may be unanticipated because people don't expect the price of rice to suddenly spike up. And then if there's inflation, the central bank may respond. And then the question is, if we have a rich enough model in terms of a sectoral description and how we think about households, can we get a fuller picture on how central banks should respond and what are the effects on welfare, for instance, given these responses? And this is an ongoing research agenda that I have, and I've been developing a set of papers on this. I don't have time to talk about the literature so much, but there's a detailed literature review in the paper. But it also, I think, feeds into how we should think about how central banks should respond to food inflation. So, common refrain in India, or even in EMEs, often is that food inflation is driven by supply side shocks. These are likely to be temporary, and therefore the central bank should see through these shocks. Or the narrative sometimes becomes, well, let's check for second round effects, and once they get baked in, and there could be a possibility of wage price spirals, then central banks should respond. But our model is going to give more analytical structure to this kind of thinking and kind of argue that central banks should respond to food inflation. And whether they do or not depends on the response of these shocks on inflation. Now, I will quickly describe the model. So there's a little bit of algebra here. And what's nice about our framework is that we have a methodological contribution. So we write down a tractable, a two-sector, two-agent New Keynesian DSG model. So we're able to solve it out. And we're able to benchmark our results compared to the standard textbook representative agent New Keynesian model, Ghali chapter 3, Aoki's famous paper, which has two production sectors, but one agent. Aoki's paper provides the rationale for why central banks should target core inflation and not headline inflation. And then De Bortoli and Ghali, who argue that, look, writing down heterogeneous agent New Keynesian models are nice to understand the transmission of monetary policy. But if you want to understand how aggregate shocks affect aggregate variables, then two-agent New Keynesian models do a pretty good job as well. But their analysis is confined to two agents, and there's only one production sector. So one way to think about our paper is to think about extending De Bortoli and Ghali to two production sectors and talk about these redistributive policy shocks. And our main result is going to be that redistributive policy shocks are going to be inflationary, and therefore central banks will respond. But despite generating inflation, the central bank's monetary policy can be welfare enhancing. In other words, a tightening of monetary policy can be welfare enhancing, and one is able to see this result clearly once one writes down a model with multiple types of agents. And again, here we're focusing on the consumption channel of monetary policy. Okay, so I'll quickly describe the model. So there are going to be two types of agents in the economy. They're going to be rich and poor agents. Rich are going to be Ricardian standard. They buy bonds. In other words, they save through buying bonds, and the central bank sets the interest rates on bonds. The poor are just going to be rule of thumb consumers. They're just going to consume out of their labor income. And agents are heterogeneous because the rich have access to bond markets. You can think of that as being some proxy for financial market participation. And the poor don't. And then the second way through which rich and poor households differ is that they're going to have different degrees of risk aversion. So the poor are going to be more risk averse, and therefore they have lower intertemporal elasticity of substitution than the rich. The rich are going to be less risk averse and therefore are willing to substitute their consumption intertemporally more than the poor. There are two production sectors. So as in Aoki, the agricultural sector is going to produce a homogeneous good. There are going to be flexible prices in that sector, and then all firms in that sector are going to be competitive. The source of price stickiness comes in the manufacturing sector, and each firm has some monopoly power, and they're going to be monopolistically competitive. And the way the redistribution and procurement motive comes in is that the government taxes the rich through lump sum taxes. It procures grain through those proceeds, and then redistributes a fraction of that grain to the poor, and then keeps some of it in a buffer stock. And the way that rich and poor agents in the model can be seen differently is that both the rich and poor agents work in the firms that are owned by the rich, but the poor agents don't own the firms, so they don't make dividend incomes. The rich agents do own the firms, so they make dividend incomes, and of course they make labor incomes, and the poor households only make labor income. So preferences are standard. K is going to be the index for rich and poor. There's disutility over labor. These are just standard preferences, but they are over. So K is going to be an index for ROP. It's going to be a Cobb-Douglas index over the agricultural good consumed by the rich or poor, which is the sub-index K, and the manufacturing good. And the manufacturing itself is a CES aggregator over different varieties of the manufacturing goods. So there are infinitely many firms over the 0-1 interval that make slightly differentiated manufacturing good varieties, and CMT is a CS aggregator. So consumption is over an index. Yeah, it's over an index of agricultural and manufacturing varieties, and we're going to assume that there are all varieties of the agricultural good are the same. So there's just one homogeneous agricultural good, but there are going to be different varieties of the manufacturing good. The richest budget constraint is they spend on manufacturing good, they spend on the agricultural good, they buy bonds, they make some bond income, they make labor income, they pay taxes, and they get dividends. And this gives you the demand function of the rich. And the delta R and 1 minus delta R gives you their relative demand proportions out of their total rich consumption. The poor now get a quantity of their total agricultural agricultural consumption by the poor, that's PAT, is going to be subsidized. So some fraction of what they consume is going to be given to them for free. So CS is the subsidized part of the poor's agricultural consumption. And this is an element of 0-1. So if it's 0.5, then 50% of what they consume of the ag good is free. So, and then the rest they have to buy in the open market. And that determines their total agricultural consumption. So the fact that there's a quantity subsidy over a homogeneous good means that there's a knockdown on their total expenditure on the agricultural on their agricultural expenditures. And what happens here is that the price index gets modified because of the subsidy, and this gives you the demand functions for the poor. So delta P and 1 minus delta P becomes the structural parameter. These are just the first order conditions. The fact that we have different coefficients of relative risk aversion play out here in the labor supply responses. I'll talk about that more later. And inflation in the model can be seen as being driven by the terms of trade. The terms of trade is going to be essentially PA over PM. That's the price of the ag good divided by the price of the manufacturing good, and manufacturing inflation. The redistributed amount is just going to be a fraction of the procured amount. That's the subsidized part that goes to the poor, and that's their relative mass in the population. And the shock process is just going to be standard. The only input that produces output is labor supply. Big A is a technology shock. This is bad notation, but big A and this index A here is technology in the agricultural sector, and then there's a technology shock in the manufacturing sector. I'm sorry, I'm going a little fast. I want to get to the main results. And we're going to think about these procurement and redistributive shocks as AR1 processes, where there is some level of procurement, some steady state level of procurement, and then government intervenes and procures more because it wants to stabilize the price of particular commodity. I'm not going to talk about the calibration so much, but what happens is that the IS equation gets modified now. It ends up having a terms of trade floating around. So this gives you the output gap dynamics in the economy. The tilde variable is going to just be a deviation from the natural or the flexible price allocation. So you're all familiar with this part, and then this part is what comes because of the fact that we have two agents and we have two sectors. The central bank is just going to set the monetary policy rate based on last period's interest rate, inflation, and the output gap. And the inflation dynamics are going to look different from the standard Gali chapter 3. So inflation depends on tomorrow's inflation and the output gap, but now the terms of trade begins to float around as well. And so this gives you, again, how the addition of a second agent and two sectors changes the standard NKPC relationship. Now, this is important because the way through which monetary policy happens is through the consumption channel. This is just the standard Euler equation that tells you that households postpone their consumption when the real interest rate exceeds the natural level. But poor consumption in the model now depends on redistribution, procurement, and it also depends on the terms of trade. If the terms of trade goes up, if the price of the agricultural goes up and this term is positive, then that's going to lead to a decline in the poor's consumption because they're going to consume less of the agricultural good. And if you have no procurement and no redistribution, then this term goes to zero. And if you have one sector, this term goes to zero. If both agents are identical in terms of their coefficient of relative risk aversion, CR and sigma P and sigma R are equal. And if this is a proxy for the subsidy, if this is zero, this becomes one, and you just have poor consumption mimicking rich consumption as a deviation from the steady state. So that's just the one agent, one sector benchmark. Okay, the details of the calibration are in the paper. Now, let me just run through three experiments which I think are interesting. And this is a applied theory paper, so the point is to identify what's happening in the mechanism. So in the case where there is an agricultural productivity shock, and we benchmark this against the two sector one agent Aoki JME paper, and this is our I won't talk about the green line, I'll talk about the red line. That leads to more agricultural output. That pushes out the supply curve of agriculture. That depresses inflation in the agricultural sector and reduces the terms of trade. Now, the value of the marginal product of labor is equal to the wage for profit maximizing firms. So, and that is just equal to the price of the agricultural good times productivity. And price is falling and productivity is rising, but it so turns out that the interaction of those makes the value of the marginal product of labor rise. So the red line rises. So you see an agricultural productivity shock leading to higher nominal wage. Prices are sticky in the model, so that leads to a higher real wage. So the first kind of thing is that positive agricultural productivity shock has a positive real wage effect in the economy. Now that real wage increase by households has an income effect and substitution effect. It turns out that the income effect in our model dominates. The income effect strength is given by the coefficient of relative risk aversion. So the income effect says that I'm richer, so employment in the aggregate gets cut back. The substitution effect says, well, I'm richer, but and therefore the opportunity cost of my time has gone up, so I'm going to supply more labor. In our model, the income effect dominates, employment falls, but higher real wages also mean that households buy more of the manufacturing and agricultural goods. So based on the parametrization in the model, higher real wages because of this productivity shock boosts demand for the manufacturing good that pushes up manufacturing employment. And because employment in every period is fixed, that pulls out agricultural employment. So productivity shocks actually lead to a decline in agricultural employment, but they do lead to a rise in aggregate consumption, and they lead to higher real wage. And they also lead to more employment in the ag sector means more output in the ag sector, and there's more output in the agricultural sector. So aggregate output rises, the output gap rises, manufacturing inflation falls. And this is the insight you get by writing two sector models, is that the inflation, which is a function of current and future expected real wages, discounted expected real wages, in two sector models is also, you also have to add on the terms of trade. So this thing is going up, but this thing is falling. So you actually get manufacturing inflation falling, despite the fact that you have a positive output gap. So that's what's different compared to the one sector, one agent framework. Aggregate inflation falls because manufacturing inflation has fallen, agricultural inflation is falling. The central bank cuts nominal interest rates, the real interest rate falls. Households increase their consumption through intertemporal substitution, and the poor also increase their consumption because there's no redistribution. And the terms of trade has fallen, which has made agricultural cheaper, so they buy more of the ag good and they boost up their consumption. So in this case, the productivity shock raises welfare. When you have a procurement and redistribution shock, now the government intervenes to redistribute grain and does it by procuring more. So it's like a demand shock. And remember, some of it is given to the household for free. So their entire, they don't have to, some of that subsidized part leads to a fallback in how much they buy from the market. So that's the green line. So they buy less. So agricultural output, because this is demand driven, determines a less amount of output. It's a demand shock. So you get higher agricultural inflation. The terms of trade now rises compared to the supply shock. The value of the marginal product of labor rises. So you get a rise in nominal wages and a rise in real wages. And for our parametrization, now aggregate employment rises because the substitution effect dominates. And aggregate consumption, total consumption also rises because real wages have risen, which induces households to buy more goods. But remember, why is that happening despite a rise in the terms of trade? Because the agricultural good has become more expensive. But households actually are getting a subsidy on the ag goods, so that's making it still cheaper for them, despite the fact that there's a rise in the real wage, rise in the agricultural price. So the aggregate consumption rises despite the fact that the terms of trade has risen, and then aggregate employment is going to rise because of the dominating of the substitution effect. So you get, like the previous case, a rise in the output gap. You get a rise in agricultural employment because the subsidy induces people to buy more. Decline in manufacturing employment. You get a rise in manufacturing inflation because now the terms of trade and the real wages are going in the same direction. To make a long story short, there's aggregate inflation. Central bank responds by raising rates. Real interest rates rise. Rich cut their consumption because they're doing intertemporal substitution, but the poor actually raise their consumption because they are receiving redistributed and procured agricultural goods by the government. So despite the central bank actually raising nominal interest rates and real interest rates, you find that aggregate consumption rises in the model, which means welfare rises. And you won't pick this up unless you write down a model where you are trying to understand how the policy impacts the consumption of the poor and the consumption of the rich. Then finally, and I'll end here, is that I have 2 more minutes. How does a monetary policy shock, a tightening of the monetary policy rate, bear out into aggregate demand? Well, it leads to a rise in the real rate. Now, there are two sectors. So the demand crunch, the demand fall that happens, leads to a decline in consumption by both the rich and the poor. But the flexible price good, which falls by a lot because it's flexible price, it collapses and then it rises and it goes back. But the manufacturing inflation it collapses and because demand is less, but goes back sluggishly. But you have a decline in consumption, you have a decline in demand, you have a decline in output, and you also have a decline in employment, and you need a lower real wage to support that decline in employment. You have a decline in the output gap. But because the agricultural good is a flexible price good, and because it's plummeted by more, what you see is that there's a higher demand for the agricultural good by people in the economy. So that actually pushes resources into the agricultural sector and pushes up employment. Again, a perspective you don't get unless you write down a two-sector model. You typically try and understand this from aggregate employment, but you see this differential response to a monetary policy shock to sectoral employment levels. And of course, the terms of trade falls in the model. And the red and green line are, just focus on the red line for now, is our model. You see a plummeting in the terms of trade. And there's a rise in the nominal interest rate by assumption. So monetary policy shocks have real effects. And these are essentially driven by the terms of trade. So what we do in this paper is there's two contributions. One is hopefully to add to the discussion about how central banks should respond to food inflation, and this notion that that is temporary, that we should watch for second round effects is quite frankly journalistic. It needs more rigorous work to thinking about the mechanisms through which these channels operate. So we provide a toolkit, so to speak. The theory provides a toolkit on how to think about this. And the policy contribution, of course, is, as I said, is to think about more analytically about food inflation. And in the paper, we remember that this is the case that I've outlined is the case where labor is perfectly flexible across sectors. That's a long run case. In the short run case, when labor doesn't move, we get very similar implications. Central banks still raise interest rates and welfare can still rise. We allow for non-homothetic preferences. It doesn't change much. And one of the insights we get is that agricultural employment impedes the effectiveness of monetary policy. The more employment there is in the ag sector, the less effective monetary policy is bringing the output gap back to zero, and the less effective is bringing inflation back to zero. Something else that we outline. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chetan. You did a wonderful job summarizing a lot of information and very technical in a short amount of time, and very clearly stated your conclusions. You know, as a policy economist, one always asks oneself if there's a shock, and economies are constantly subject to good and bad shocks, no? Whether the shock is temporary or permanent. You know, if it's temporary, then maybe you ride it. And if it's permanent, you need to adjust, you need to react. And what you're saying is that in the case of in India, this is a redistributive shock that is not due to rain or a very short-term phenomena, but here to stay. And in that context, it calls for a policy reaction that nonetheless is welfare enhancing in net terms at the end of the day. Very, very interesting conclusion. And we also observe something that is often seen exposed in policy interventions, and that is spillovers. You know, the authorities intervene in this area for this objective, and that affects other pieces of the economic machinery. Okay, quickly, two questions, one more strategic and one more technical. On the more strategic question, Rajesh asked if there's a preference or optimality for pension security compared to health or food security. And maybe you can address that briefly. And Mayuk asked a series of questions on the actual model. Does the heterogeneity in household financial position and in bond market access introduce the market incompleteness into tank models? Does this alter the equivalence of competitive equilibrium and Pareto efficient allocation implied by the social planner? And do redistributive shocks alter the welfare implications, that is the departure from the equivalence? I might not have read this very clearly, but you can see the question in the chat box. You have about 2 minutes, please, Chetan, to respond.
Yeah, so both questions are somewhat, I'm not sure I got the first one, but they sound somewhat similar. There's no, there's perfect risk insurance in this model, right? So that you don't have incomplete markets like you do in Kaplan, Moll, and Violante in their AER paper in 2018. There's perfect risk insurance, but here, and that may be, you know, that model is richer because, you know, households have illiquid assets like land, they save in liquid assets, and they're in complete markets and so on. So there's a lot more going on there. And that probably affects the divergence between competitive equilibrium and Pareto optimality. Here you just have, by assumption, some sets of agents, a fraction that access financial markets, a fraction that does not save via bonds, and they have different coefficients of risk aversion. So they have different intertemporal elasticity of substitutions, which matters for their income and substitution effects for changes in the real wage. And changes in the real wage, again, are driven by the productivity shock plus the price index. The denominator part of the real wage is driven by the amount of the subsidy. So it's a slightly different thing here. And welfare here is we don't do optimal monetary policy. But here's, I think, let me just, Aoki's paper says the optimal monetary policy is to target core inflation. The reason why that's the case is that every time there's an agricultural price shock and households find that expensive, they move towards the manufacturing good and they raise their demand for the manufacturing good. So the optimal monetary policies for central banks to target the sticky price index. In this model, there is no minimum support price, but if you were to build a minimum support price into the model, what you would find is that apart from the friction induced by sticky prices and monopolistic competition, you would get a third distortion induced by procurement, by agricultural procurement. So even if you control for the first two, this result that you should target the sticky price index breaks down. It's no longer clear that central banks should target core inflation. It may be that they should just target headline inflation. So I think that's the change you get by adding structural features of developing economies into the new Keynesian model, is that some of those results begin to change. Thanks. Thank you for the question.
Very much. Thank you very much, Chetan. Professor El-Chaghi, you have a tough act to follow after two very stimulating talks. Professor El-Chaghi will speak to us about one country, two monetary policies. The floor is yours, Professor.
I have to stop sharing my screen. 1 second. Just do it.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Clearly.
Ah, wonderful. I think I was gone for a
Yes,
second. Okay, so thanks a lot for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Actually, in a way, my paper is the perfect bridge between the first two. It's not exactly about BRICS, but it's, well, about China, so about one of the BRICS. And it is kind of related to monetary policy and inequality or poverty. However, more to regional inequality than to interpersonal inequality, but the two are obviously related. So this is joint work with two of my colleagues here from Henan, Jiang Lunan and Jiang Lin. And let's get right into it. So what's the idea? What are we talking about? So China is currently facing a problem. And the interesting thing is actually that I think quite a few of the major central banks are facing similar problems to some degree. So when you look at the eastern seaboard, like the coastal crescent of China with Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Shenzhen, everybody's talking about house prices. Everybody's talking about a real estate bubble. And the central bank has worked hard. And actually also the federal government has worked quite hard to kind of keep that bubble from growing further, like to limit exuberance in the housing market. But basically, long story short, there's quite clearly a bubble brewing. So from that perspective, China would require monetary tightening to avoid overheating, specifically in the housing market, but also kind of in general. But then if you look at the Chinese hinterlands, which are still taken for themselves one of the largest countries in the world, the situation is very different. Basically, they're massively lagging behind in growth. And essentially, they seem to need more stimulus. You might see that as more a growth thing than a business cycle thing, but then assuming that you basically have the same production function, essentially they're behind potential, if you wish. So basically, they do need better access to credit, to loans, to facilitate catching up and, well, realizing their potential. So basically, at the very same time, the PBOC needs to conduct monetary tightening and monetary stimulus. And I believe that's actually a problem that quite a few central banks now have. It has been most discussed in the context of the ECB, obviously, where the Southern European periphery countries kind of still fighting with a debt crisis, and actually still, after many years, rather need an expansion, while Germany and the northern countries, even more than Germany, probably need a relatively tight monetary policy. And I would assume that to a lesser degree, the same holds true for the US, or pretty much for any central bank doing monetary policy for a gigantic country, or a gigantic policy, monetary policy union in the case of the ECB. But basically, conventional wisdom is that is not possible. That's what the ECB always says. There's one currency union, so there's one currency, there's one monetary policy. Yet, unfazed by that apparent impossibility, the PBOC just does exactly that. We actually don't know exactly how. We know a little bit about how, but this is mostly an empirical paper where we want to argue that they definitely do it. So maybe we should not say it's not possible, but say, well, conventional wisdom says it's not possible. So the paper is relatively short, so I will be quite quick with the main body of the paper. I'll briefly go over the data, which is probably the most interesting part, even more briefly talk about the method, and then give you some of the results. So how about data? So we want to exploit a specific treatment here, because, well, what is a poor county? What are poor regions of China? How does it help? The nice thing is that China very officially tells us what they consider to be a poor region or a poor county. So the government has designated so-called key counties for the National Poverty Alleviation and Development Strategy. See, that's so long, it doesn't even fit on my slide. And they're like kind of distributed all over the country. So we have data for almost all of China. As you see here, what is excluded are the autonomous region and special administrative regions. Actually, for different reasons. The autonomous regions are typically minority regions, and they have special development policies. So the kind of national development policy doesn't apply here because they have alternative tools to deal with. And the special zones are basically very, very rich areas, and essentially they don't have poor counties. But in all the rest of the country, there is a combination of rich and poor. And here you see kind of a map with the distribution, and you generally see that in the western part of China, where the poor parts are, there are also more poor counties, while on the aforementioned eastern seaboard, there's pretty much nothing. So, but again, what we exploit here is county level data. So just to make it more easily visible, we summarize it here at the province level, but we actually do our analysis at the county level. So we have financial data and some other data at the county level, and that is what we look at. So every single county is either designated as poor or not. And while that is loosely based on GDP per capita in said county, it's not a precise threshold. So there are some politics involved in which countries actually get this special treatment. But a lot of government policies are basically deliberately targeted at those regions. So how do we measure the attempt of the PBOC to deal with poverty or to deal with those sectors? I mean, basically what we do is we just take the document that we got the idea from, that they obviously do it, and do a text search. So China, like many countries, has monetary policy reports, or in this case, monetary policy implementation reports. And there they describe what they do and, well, what they want to do. So they're quite detailed. And if you look at those reports over the past couple of years, pretty much every single of those has the gist that I just mentioned a few minutes ago in my motivation. On the one hand, they say, oh, we need to kind of curb exuberance. They like do things that limit housing purchases, that make it more difficult to buy houses on debt, that make it more general, that make it basically more expensive to buy a house, not the house itself, but the purchasing procedure. And on the other side, pretty much every single of those implementation reports in the last couple of years mentioned that they did something to ease in credit access in rural areas, in poor areas, for small and medium enterprises in specific areas. So apparently, it's very obvious that that is the goal. So this is also basically the best source to find, well, what they want to do. And luckily, Chinese, maybe even more so than English, but similar things obviously have been done for the Fed, is very structured when it comes to policy speech. So basically the same words are repeated over and over again to kind of avoid misunderstanding. So what we do is we basically go through the last decades of those reports and just look for specific search terms that are associated with alleviating poverty. They come from a range of different areas. Quite a bit are agriculture related, for the simple reason that the hinterlands are still much more agricultural than the eastern coastal cities. They specifically mention poverty. There is a little bit in recent years about inclusive finance. There are a bunch of development related policies, and there are a few things where they talk about regional stuff, but from context, it's fairly clear that regional basically refers to regional with a specific focus on those poorer regions. So we also included those. So basically, we go through the text and look for every single one of those words and literally just count them. And to give you a summary of the results, that is basically what you find, not word by word, but in those categories I just mentioned a second ago. So if we split it by those 5 categories, this is the development we see over time. Unsurprisingly, agriculture, which also has the most words, has a very high word count. But specifically here in the later half of the sample, we see poverty more explicitly showing up and also development being mentioned quite often. So it seems that in the beginning, they chose to talk more about agriculture, and they are slowly but surely more clearly talking about the issue that they really mean to tackle, which is poverty or further development in those regions. So now what do we do with this data? Well, basically we run a very simple panel model actually, but if we want to be fancy, we can call it a fuzzy regression discontinuity design. So what we explain is loan growth. Mostly for the reason that loan growth is available at a relatively high frequency and county level production is not. So to see what's happening in those regions, loan growth is just much more convenient because it's timely. And obviously that is the channel that the PBOC specifically is targeting with its policy. Because it has been discussed a lot that fiscal policy and monetary policy in China are highly coordinated, but the PBOC is very much responsible for the financial side. So by looking at loans, we also make sure that we really capture that side that the PBOC is responsible for. And this is kind of like the main model. The second one is actually what we really estimate. So we take the poor dummy. We do not control for the poor dummy because that is not changed over our entire sample. So the poor dummy itself is captured by the county fixed effects. Then we interact the poor dummy with the policy. And because, well, the poor dummy is obviously related to poverty, but not just the same, we also include the interaction of GDP per capita and policy. So if I recall correctly, we just smooth this out to kind of be relatively even, but actually that doesn't matter so much because the relative position of counties does usually not change that quickly. Actually, this should not be here. This is not part of our main model. But we do actually have a version where we control for it. And then we have basically very detailed fixed effects. So as I said, we have county fixed effects and we have province time fixed effects. So we do control for the entire business cycle at the province level. So that is something we do. And again, then it's basically a standard diff in diff thing, if you wish, or regression discontinuity, but fuzzy, because again, in a regression discontinuity, you would basically have a step, a jump in the impact of regional income, so GDP at the county level here. But here it's not really a jump because, again, there are some slightly poorer counties that are not assigned the poor label, and there are some slightly richer counties that are assigned the label. That's what's making it fuzzy. But basically, it's a very, very simple diff and diff approach. So what are the results? So we do two things here. So we start with 5 indices based on the groups of words that I showed before. So we look at the agriculture group, the poverty group, the development group, the financial group, and the regional group. And then we create an optimized indicator. So what we do is we literally take every single combination of words that is possible and test it and find the best one. Obviously, that is not something you should do if you do only that. That's why we also use those kind of pre-constructed things. That is really more of a traditional hypothesis test. But in the spirit of actually producing a good predictor or a good policy measure for future research, we also did that optimization procedure. So what do we find? So we find that actually it's the first two, which are also the clearly most used ones that matter. Agriculture and poverty matter, and they have the expected sign. So if you have the label, you get more loan growth. And generally, if you are poor, you get less loan growth. But again, this is to some degree offset by getting this special label, so this preferential treatment. This does not seem to apply, well, specifically, sorry to kind of roll back here. So specifically, you get more loan growth conditional on policy by the PBOC that seems designed to foster agriculture and policy alleviation. The other words that we considered, regional, financial, and development, do not seem to make any effect, but you still see, we always find obviously the negative effect of the GDP interaction. A side note on the order of magnitude, since it's pure word counts that are not normalized, the same coefficient means very different things. That's why down here, we actually report the standard deviation of our policy index, so of the word index, the word count index we use, to make sure that it's that you can kind of have guidance how to interpret it to get a similar order of magnitude. So anyway, so we find that, let me quickly go back to here. So we find that agricultural words are really important, and that poverty-related words are really important. What's on the bottom here, not that important. But they're all not equally important. Partly because of redundancies, partly maybe because we overestimated in our selection of words how relevant they really are. But if you optimize an indicator and try to find the indicator using words that produces the best fit, then it's those three words: agro-linked, farmer or rural residents, and impoverished. Well, all in Chinese. I can't speak or read Chinese, so I can't actually tell you what they actually say, but those are our translation. So an indicator with those three words is kind of the best measure of the PBOC's desire to conduct monetary policy that helps impoverished regions. And again, that seems to work very, very well. We do find clearly more loan growth. So the next question is, does that maybe come from something entirely different? So we do look at a couple of other, we look at a couple of versions to subdivide the country in separate groups, and then run our same set of models for those subgroups individually. So we start with a simple geographic one to make sure that it's not that, or to find out where it comes from. So we take what is typically considered the West. We kind of combine the center and the northeast, so the middle income regions of China, and then the eastern seaboard. We look at fiscal spending. We look at the density of small and medium enterprises over China, and we look about the share of state-owned enterprises in the economy of different provinces to split our sample in different parts. So the sample split here is done at the province level. And then for every subsample, we run the very same regression I just showed you. And basically what we find, it's typically relatively robust. So the short message is our results are always the same, and there's usually not one subgroup driving things. We occasionally find a subgroup where we don't find significant results, typically still with the same sign, and typically that is the smallest subgroup, which really shows it's more like of a sample size issue than actually like a lack of effect there.
5 minutes, please.
So basically we find that the effect we find, so that poor counties benefit more or have more loan growth if the PBOC says they want to conduct policy that is good for those regions. That is pretty much true all over China. It's true for counties or for provinces which have very low spending, and for provinces that have very high spending, which kind of shows that it's not only, at least, coordination with fiscal policy. It's true when there are few or many small and medium-sized enterprises, and it's true whether there are few state-owned enterprises located in that specific county or quite a lot. And again, we only see the one that's not significant is just one of the smallest groups typically, and still the sign fits. So the result is very, very robust. We have a couple more robustness tests in the paper with control variables, not too much because we have an extensive set, as I said, of fixed effects, but basically the results are very robust. So despite this conventional wisdom that a central bank cannot do that, the PBOC over the past 10 years or so has been very successful in implementing a policy that actually makes sure that designated areas of the country get higher loan growth if they want to achieve that. And that's not per se necessarily good or bad, but it definitely shows that it's possible and that it's working. And at very least, it shows that kind of this requires more research, because as I said before, there are kind of a lot of central banks now that have that issue, that they deal with more and more heterogeneous currency regions or regions where they have to conduct monetary policy for. So the ability to actually vary the effects of monetary policy across those regions might be very valuable. And so my conclusion is basically bumblebees do indeed fly. Because, you know, like the famous thing that bumblebees don't fly, but they do. And so in this case, they also do. So it shouldn't be possible to do it, but apparently they do it. We don't know exactly how they do it. So that just as a side remark, we have some like narrative evidence, but obviously not econometric evidence yet. So there seems to be a lot that basically goes through specifically, and that might be specifically Chinese, that the PBOC actually tells banks, give more credits to poor counties. And then they do that, which is of course an option that, for example, the ECB does not have. But a lot is also regulation, so that there are specific credit instruments introduced by financial regulators, which is part of the PBOC, that make it easier for people in those regions to get loans or to need less collateral, et cetera, et cetera. But so currently we don't really have a good quantitative measure, which would obviously be kind of the next interesting step. And that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Al-Shaghi, for an interesting case study. And given China's systemic role in the world economy, this is particularly relevant and interesting. Any questions from the participants? There is one from Chetan. You want to go ahead, Chetan, and ask it?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you just talk about the parallel trend assumption? What are you using here for diff and diff?
Say again? I acoustically didn't hear you. We're a little bit blurry.
The parallel trend assumption. So you're using diff and diff, right? So how does that work here?
We have province time fixed effects. So that's kind of taking care of any trend up to the province level. So we shouldn't have, and that should also remove most issues with stationarity and related things, unless we believe there is really kind of a county level trend thing going on. That is something that we couldn't completely exclude. But we have, as I said, we have county level fixed effects and we have province time fixed effects.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a silly question, Professor Al-Shaghi, and forgive me if it's really silly. But I come from Latin America, and we have had in the past many experiences with central banks engaging in the development, poverty reduction space with mixed results. But obviously institutions are different. And you know, the Chinese institutions have a certain reputation of getting things done. Well, and you were suggesting that in this case, they were successful in reducing poverty in the targeted areas. The question is, why not use fiscal policy? Given what we have seen in other parts of the world, I'm not talking about any BRICS country here, but of a sort of intense intervention in the financial markets leading to financial repression or delaying financial development. What is it in the policy analysis that led to this particular outcome?
So just to clarify, I don't think they don't use fiscal policy. So there is a whole bunch of programs obviously targeted at those regions. I'm not really an expert on Chinese fiscal policy, still need to get more involved in that. So, but I am aware that there is like a bunch of spending programs for those areas as part of this strategy. what is maybe one of the differences? Everything in China is a strategy, right? Like nobody even claims that there is central bank independence here, that it's like completely different from fiscal policy. And I wouldn't go so far with my claim to say that they have alleviated policy. What I would say is that they have managed to conduct their policy without negative repercussions that is kind of hindering the catching up of those three. Because now, for example, if you look at Europe, right, like it seems pretty clear that we are past the point where we actually need this hugely expansionary monetary policy. For a while, it might just have been Germany, but now it's a bunch of fairly populous countries. So technically, we would need to be more conservative, but we can't do that with kind of basically killing the periphery. And I think that is, and then one second. So that's basically what they want to avoid in China, right? They need contractionary policy to keep the housing market in control, and they want to do that without killing the hinterlands or basically draining credit there. And that's what they do. So they make sure that basically the credit restraints they impose are not effective there.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashagi, for a very interesting presentation, and to Professors Dua and Gate for theirs. I think we're out of time. Thanks to the people that are listening and made questions. And I believe we have a short break and the conference continues.
Yes. Louise, thank you very much. You did a great job. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks for chairing. Thanks for hosting and inviting. Thanks. So nice to see you again. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you. So Pami, we have a pause for 15 minutes, right? So you're on mute, I think.
So are we ready for the next session? Is Martin here? Yeah, so is Martin here?
Let me check. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I think you can't see him.
Okay, Som, is he here? I don't see Som either. No. See here.
You need
So
you need to remind Som. Yeah.
No, I've spoken to him today. He
Okay.
knows he's giving a talk. So I don't see Martin. Anyway, let's give it a few more minutes.
Yeah. So for the invited papers, as I mentioned, Surinder is not well, so Divyandu will chair that session.
Okay. So I see Mariana Jansen is there.
Yeah.
Ronel, I don't see.
Dorit also, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't see her either. So, okay. There's still time for them to log on.
Yeah. Yeah, hello, Martin. Yeah, he has joined. Yeah.
Yeah, Martin's here?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay. Great. Hi, Martin, are you there?
Yes, good evening, Chetan.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, good seeing you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, Martin. This is Pami Dua. Yeah.
Very nice meeting, Pami.
Yeah, very nice meeting you. I'm glad you could attend and participate and share
Sure,
this session.
delighted.
Yes.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's our pleasure. Yeah. So we will start shortly.
So I was looking at, I know more or less the bio of Professor Somanathan, but I'm not sure I received, is there an official blurb of what you will want me or he will want to say, me to say about him?
That was in the website. It's in the conference website.
Okay, then we go for it.
Yeah. If you go to the website, then there is a separate icon for the conference, and then in that you'll find the program which will take you to the profile.
I'm opening that now.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat for you. Okay,
so. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that would help. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Chetan has put the link in the chat if you want to use
Yes,
that.
I'm opening that link.
Okay.
Yeah, I had it. I had not scrolled all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All the profiles are after the program. So
yes, I see that. Yes.
Yeah.
But they're clickable, so it's in.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Som is here. Great.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Som.
Hello, how are you?
Yes,
Good
all
evening,
right.
Som.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Martin.
Yeah. Thank you for agreeing to do the keynote address. Yeah.
My pleasure and privilege.
I think it's all ours. Thank you.
So the format is, let me make sure that I understood it well. I introduce Som. There are 30 minutes for your presentation, 15 minutes for Q&A, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Total 45 minutes. So a few minutes will go in the introduction, then 30 minutes, then whatever remains for Q&A, approximately 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. And Q&A, will I read questions from the chat or will I invite people to ask the questions? What is the best way for you?
Right now, we're using the chat box. Yeah.
We're using the chat. Okay, so I will be the one distilling the questions.
Right.
Okay.
I think we have 5 more minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a presentation to share? So,
Yeah, do you, would you like me to just test that out?
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So you can see this. I can
Yes.
switch
Yeah.
it to full screen.
Yeah. Yeah. This is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So Martin, you're in Washington, DC or somewhere else?
At this point, I'm in Washington.
Right.
Oh, I see. That's daylight outside your window. Okay.
It's a gray autumn day, but it's daylight, yes. And the conference started at a decent time for Brazil as part of the BRICS, but for Washington, it started like at 5 a.m. or something like that. So it's on the early part of the day.
Somebody had to take a hit, and that was you.
That's okay. This time is very reasonable.
Yeah.
So what is the time now there?
It's almost a quarter past 8 in the morning. So most people will be following this on YouTube, is that right?
Yeah, it's kind of, I think, equally divided. Yeah. A lot of people. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Makram. We've seen your message. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, so we have about a minute and then we can start.
Will you say anything at the start, Pami, or I start immediately?
No, you start.
Okay.
You can start immediately.
Okay.
You can give the speaker 5 minutes before their 30 minutes are up, just as a prompt, Martin.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah. I think you can start now. So, Martin, you can start.
Yeah.
Okay, I will do it. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on the time zone you are in. Welcome to this keynote speech session at the Conference on Growth and Development and the BRICS Economies. My name is Martin Rama. I was the chief economist of the World Bank for the South Asia region. That was my last job with the World Bank, and it is my honor to chair this session and to have with us Professor Somanathan Som, who is a professor in the Economics and Planning Unit of the Indian Statistical Institute in Delhi, and the head of the Center for Research on the economics of climate, food, energy, and environment. Som received his PhD from Harvard. He taught at Emory University, the University of Michigan, Princeton University. He has been executive director of the South Asia Network for Development and Environmental Economies. And he was the coordinating lead author for the 5th assessment report of the IPCC. He's also the co-editor of Environment and Development Economics. Som will give us a 30-minute presentation. After that, we will have 15 minutes for Q&A. Please put your questions in the chat. Som, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's a privilege to give this keynote talk and welcome everybody. So let me just dive into it without further ado. So the title of my talk is Electric Stoves as a Solution for Household Pollution, Evidence from Rural India. As you can see, it's a large team of co-authors. It's quite a complicated study with quite complicated data. So let me just go ahead. So as many of you no doubt know, air pollution really is the world's largest environmental health problem. It's really huge impact on mortality. So anthropogenic air pollution is estimated to result in 5.6 million deaths every year globally, which is 10% of all deaths, with 1.7 million in South Asia. And if you want to compare that to COVID, you can see that global COVID-19 excess mortality in 2020 was estimated by the WHO to be about 3 million, right? So, and of course, COVID hopefully will not be with us at this scale at any rate forever, whereas air pollution is with us every year until we do something about it. Now, in poor countries in particular, household air pollution tends to dominate air pollution, right? In India, for example, it's the largest single source of ambient air pollution. This is cooking and heating emissions from solid fuels. Even in China, which is an upper middle income country, there's much less cooking with solid fuels in homes. Even there, households are the single largest contributor to air pollution related mortality, right? Not to the pollution, but to the mortality. And the reason is that there's a very high exposure if you have the source within your house, okay? The dominant source of black carbon emissions in India is, once again, these household residential cooking fires. And black carbon is a problem, not only for health and mortality, but because it's creating a long-term problem in contributing to the acceleration of the melting of snowpacks, glaciers, and ice sheets. And in the case of the Himalayan glaciers, it contributes as much 40% of pre-monsoon melt. So it's something that, you know, South Asia, it's a South Asian problem that can be dealt with in South Asia. All right. Now, what about the solutions? So-called improved solid fuel stoves have failed to make much of an impact in India, okay? Essentially, people don't want them. Yeah, people don't cook with them. And they, by and large, don't work the way they promise to work. Okay, so technologically, behaviorally, economically, they've really failed to make an impact, except in a few special circumstances, which they've just not been scalable. That's been the issue. So far, LPG and electricity, LPG, liquid petroleum gas, are the only really reliable and clean cooking solutions so far. But of course, LPG access is limited in rural areas in developing countries. And it's about 60% of households in rural India have access, following a massive government program, which really expanded access by a lot. But it's still an expensive fuel for poor rural households. And despite a government subsidies, its usage is still less than half of what is needed to eliminate household smoke. And moreover, it's not as scalable as far as rural areas is concerned. because electricity is something that all countries are, committed to universal access. In any case, and a lot of countries have been making progress, right? So if you look at these two maps, the above one is access to electricity. You can see there's yellow everywhere, pretty much 100% access in most parts of the world, except a little bit of Africa. And if you look at, however, proportion of population with access to a clean cooking source, meaning, by the way, either gas or electricity, then you can see there's very little yellow. It's nearly all green here, right? Which means that not that many people have access, okay? So our research question is, new technology that's come onto the market, which has become cheap. I mean, it's older, it's been around for a longer time, but it was expensive earlier. Are these electric induction stoves? And the question is, do they really reduce air pollution substantially? There's been a lot of past experience, of course, with trying to solve this problem in the last few decades. And what has been found is that typically rural people in developing countries will tend to stack modern technologies onto traditional cooking, right? So you keep your old solid fuel stove and you have a modern source, air pollution continues. And so people have been skeptical about whether these new technologies will really reduce pollution much. Will they be used enough? And even if they are used, will they simply be used for additional cooking, heating leftovers? And if they are used, do they merely substitute for the more expensive gas rather than for the smoky firewood and dung, which can be cheaper in some circumstances for poor people? And our second question is about the role of electricity here, the quality of the electricity supply. Do electricity outages reduce induction stove use and increase air pollution? Is improving reliability of the power supply a way to make a serious dent in the problem? So we want to focus on reliability here because access is less of an issue than it used to be. Okay, so we answered this question at the intensive margin, basically looking at how households that already have induction stoves and seeing whether they use them more, okay, when they have electricity as compared to when they don't. The extensive margin means that people would buy more stoves if electricity were more reliable. We can't look at that in our data in this study, even though that's very important, but that has to await future studies. So our study is, looking at this particular area. It's the Sultanpur district of Uttar Pradesh, UP, which is northern India, the biggest state in India. We picked 10 villages, 50 households with induction stoves who had bought them from a company. So we did not supply the stoves, they had already bought them. And we picked those households who were among the 70% of those who had induction stoves who said they used them for cooking full meals, right? That we did via a phone survey of all the customers of this company. Okay, and then we took some control households, who were 16 who did not have induction stoves. They're slightly poorer on average. They're not a perfect match, but they're a fairly close match. Okay, so we're looking at a small number of households who already own induction stoves and a small number of nearby households, right? But the data that we get on these households is very, very detailed, right? Basically, we get data every minute for 12 months. Right, so we have millions of observations on these households, very fine data over time. What is the data on? We have a monitor to monitor voltage and outages. We have an air quality monitor that monitors PM 2.5 using optical particle sensor technology. And we have an ammeter that measures whether the induction stove is being used or not. Okay, so we know whether electricity supply is there at any given minute. We know what the PM 2.5 is at any given minute, and we know whether the household is using its induction stove or not at any given minute. There are some missing data issues because all of this equipment didn't work perfectly all the time, it failed and so on. But still, we have a huge amount of data, millions of observations, as I said. We also did 3 household surveys, 3 times during this 1 year in 2018 to 19, right? We did more than 1 year, so basically covered the whole year, all seasons. And so we asked the household some questions about their cooking. And here's a summary of the households and how they stack these technologies. As I mentioned earlier, stacking is common practice. So our primary subsample were households that owned induction stoves and also had the traditional chula. Chula is a traditional solid fuel stove, burning wood or agricultural residue or cow dung or something, so smoky stuff. Okay, and they may or may not have LPG. So we have about 45, 46 of those. Then we have a placebo subsample for comparisons that didn't have a smoky stove, only have modern technologies, induction and LPG. And then we have the third control group, which is about 15 or 16 households, varies slightly over the year, that did not have induction stoves. Okay, so we're just going to use them by way of comparison. Okay, now let's start showing you some data. So this is 1 minute level data, okay, on PM 2.5. And what I'm showing on the horizontal axis is the time of the day. So we have 1 year of data collected every minute for these 66 or so households. All right, and I'm showing you the averages in different classes of households. So the orange one is our primary subsample, which is induction stove owning households that also had the solid fuel stove. You can see that there are two peaks in these data, morning and the evening, and that's when households cook, okay? And then the smoke lingers for some time, all right? The brown curve over there is outdoor air pollution. We also had some outdoor monitors, so we measured pollution outdoors in these villages. That's the brown curve. And the green one is households that had only clean stoves, okay, LPG and induction. So you can see essentially that in the kitchen, so all these monitors are in the kitchens of the households, except for the outdoor PM 2.5 monitors. As you can see that if you didn't have a traditional stove, if you didn't have the chula, then your pollution level looks exactly the same as outdoor air pollution, pretty much, very close. Okay, in fact, a little cleaner sometimes, right? But if you owned a traditional stove, then you get these two huge pollution peaks, okay? And as you can see, if you didn't have the induction stove, then your peaks are somewhat higher, all right? Okay, but that might be because, of course, households are different from each other and so on, but we'll come to that in a minute. Here's an example from just one household on one day, and here you can see the data are much more spiky. The red line is the monitor from the kitchen. The dotted blue line is an outdoor monitor in the same village. And you can see a similar kind of pattern, but of course it's much more spiky. The other one was smooth because we were averaging over all the households over the whole year. All right, now here's some data on the electricity supply in these villages. Again, this is an average from all the households over the whole year. And it's against the time of day on the horizontal axis, as you can see. And it's the percentage of the time that electricity was available, averaged over all households over the whole year. You can see that the electricity supply is highly unreliable, right? A lot of the time, more than half the time in the middle of the day, you don't have electricity, okay? And those two vertical dotted lines are roughly when households cook morning and evening. Okay, nothing special about this sample of households as far as electricity outages are concerned. If you look at reliability, which is the right-hand side of this graph, from a bunch of African cities mostly, you can see that reliability is very low, okay? So nothing special about a sample with regard to uncertain electricity supply. Okay, now I want to turn to how we're going to look at the effect of electricity on induction stove use first. First, we just want to look, this is not of primary interest, it's kind of obvious, but I'll just want to show you the pattern. So basically, I'm going to look at the share of the hour that electricity is available, look at that, the effect of that on share of the hour that induction stoves are used on average. From a regression equation, don't worry about the maths. But basically, all the regressions include fixed effects for households, for hours, seasons, interactions of those. So that basically what we're comparing is, we're comparing the same households to each other on different days at each time of the day. So let me show you the figure. This is the effect. So this is the marginal effect of electricity on induction use, so to speak, okay? Again, time of the day on the horizontal axis. On the vertical axis, what you're seeing is that if electricity is available, by how much does it raise the probability that the induction stove is used? You can see that there are these two peaks, morning and evening. That's when people cook, okay? So the elasticity is about 0.1, right? Like during the cooking times, and it's quite low at other times, okay? All right, now I want to show you the effect on the primary thing of interest, which is the pollution, the PM 2.5. Again, we have a regression. Again, it's the same kind of comparison. You're comparing households to themselves on different days. Days with and without electricity is the way you can think of it. Okay. And here you can see the similar pattern, except now it's flipped over, right? And the reason is that if electricity is available, then PM 2.5 is lower on average during the morning cooking hours and during the evening cooking hours. Okay. And what's the size of the effect? It's quite large, right? These are micrograms per cubic meter. And maybe I should remind you that the World Health Organization guidelines for a safe level of PM 2.5 is 5 micrograms per cubic meter, right? And here you can see that if you have the electricity and it's a cooking hour, say in the morning, then you get a reduction of something like 60 micrograms per cubic meter. The reason is that when you're cooking, in the figure I showed you earlier, the concentrations can go as high as 1,000, okay, if you're using a smoky stove. Okay, so we see a big impact, all right? Now I want to this is basically a robustness check. It's a technique called lasso. Let me not go into the details. But the idea is that you basically look to see which of these hours of the electricity shares are significant predictors. And the answer is basically they always are, except for those at 6 a.m. and noon. Okay. So the conclusion is fairly robust. This is the same same equation for the subsamples that did not have solid fuel stoves. And here you can see that the 95% confidence intervals are pretty much intersecting 0 most of the time. And you don't see the stark pattern of dips in PM 2.5 when electricity is available in the morning and the evening. Okay. We can check that with this lasso estimator, and we can see none of these times of day is the electricity share a good predictor for this sample. However, even in this sample, you can see that if there's electricity, they're going to use the induction stoves more in the morning and the evening. So they're not special in that regard. It's just that because they didn't have the smoky stoves, it's not reducing pollution. Okay, this is the sample of the so-called control households, the ones that didn't have induction stoves. Okay. And here you can see that there's a muted pattern like the one that we saw for our main sample. It's much smaller, but you can see that maybe there's something going on a little bit in the morning, a little bit in the evening, all right? So we basically did the lasso to see whether those things are robust, and it turns out they're not, okay? Because all of these electricity shares are dropped by lasso, okay? For this control group that didn't have the electric induction stoves. Okay. And now what we want to do is to look directly at the effect of using an induction stove on PM 2.5, on the pollution. And the way we do that is a technique called instrumental variables. For those of you familiar with econometrics, it's an instrumental variable technique, and the excluded instrument, the instrument here which satisfies the exclusion restriction is the electricity share. So the idea is that the electricity share affects pollution through its effect on induction stove use only. Okay, and that's the result Okay, and you can see again, there's this morning and evening pattern. PM 2.5 is lower when induction stoves are used, but look at the magnitude, right? The magnitude is 10 times the magnitude of the effect of the electricity reliability. Okay, which is not very surprising. If you're substituting smoky solid fuels with an electric induction stove, which you're more likely to do when the electricity is available, then that has a huge impact, bringing this pollution down from hundreds of micrograms per cubic meter. Okay, so a few minutes for the econometricians. I want to say a little bit about the identification here. So the exclusion restriction is that the only channel through which electricity, which is assumed in this strategy, the only channel through which electricity can affect the residual variation in PM 2.5 left unexplained after accounting for the fixed effects and the effect of outdoor air pollution is via induction stove use. There's no other channel within the kitchen. That's the assumption. Okay. I showed you those lasso results which suggested that for the control group which didn't have the induction stoves, you don't see anything. It's possible that, you know, households have, we know that households have electric fans. It's possible that when there's electricity, they use the fans and that disperses the smoke. But the lasso results suggest that that's not an important channel. Another possibility is that they use kerosene for lighting when there's no electricity. That creates some smoke, and that could also have an effect. But this we were able to rule out because the households with and without these kerosene lamps show exactly the same patterns. Okay. So notice that hundreds of micrograms reduction from induction stove use, that's our estimate. And you can see here that on average, these peaks are again on the order of hundreds of micrograms. So we're saying really a big impact in reducing these pollution peaks. So finally, let me give you a summary of these results. First, indoor and outdoor PM 2.5 exceeds World Health Organization guidelines 100% of the time. The Indian standard is somewhat higher than that of the WHO, but again, that standard is exceeded most of the time, both indoors and outdoors. Electricity availability increases the probability of induction use by 7 to 10 percentage points. Availability of electricity reduces excess PM 2.5 in the kitchen with a magnitude on the order of 40 to 60 micrograms per cubic meter at peak times. And once again, I want to emphasize WHO guidelines for a safe level of PM 2.5 is 5 micrograms per cubic meter. So we're talking about big, big reductions. And induction stove use reduces kitchen PM 2.5 by about 200 to 600 micrograms per cubic meter during the morning and evening cooking times. Okay. And finally, I just want to say a little bit about what does this imply, you know, larger policy terms. First, induction stoves are a new technology in rural areas and poor countries. Okay, they're not widely used. In northern India, rural northern India, induction ownership is only about 1% of all households. Right? So there's a huge potential for expansion. Southern India has much better electricity supply on average. So for example, in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the latest surveys by CEW from last year show that rural Tamil Nadu, rural Kerala have induction stove ownership of about 8 or 9% each. And in urban areas, it's maybe about 20% each. So there's much higher penetration in those states. Okay. Does suggests a potential for big effects on kitchen air quality and also on ambient air quality, because what smoke that starts in the kitchen does not stay in the kitchen, right? We saw that in those graphs. The ambient air pollution and the kitchen air pollution, if you don't have a dirty stove, basically tracks each other very, very closely. Improving the electricity supply and promoting induction stoves could go a long way in tackling this really difficult problem that, you know, we failed to make much headway on for many, many years. And finally, I want to point out that in our particular sample of households, these households faced a zero marginal price of electricity. They paid a flat monthly charge. The electricity wasn't metered. So the more they used the induction stoves, it didn't increase their bill. It was stayed the same. And an incentive like that is probably very, very important to encourage use. So it's probably a good idea for the government to sort of have a policy where it would say that we will reimburse you up to a limit, something like maybe 60 to 100 units per month for whatever you spend on your electricity. Beyond that, you pay whatever the regular rate is. Right? That would be a good policy because it would encourage use for really important uses like lighting and like mobile device charging and cooking. It would be enough for all of those without encouraging excessive wasteful use for higher levels of use for devices which are not so important. Okay, so I think that's pretty much what I have to say. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you for not only a very clear presentation, but also sticking perfectly to the time allocated. So we now have something like 15-20 minutes for questions and answers. Please put your question in the chat while you think. I may start with a question on my own. I have several, but let me start with a question on my own. One issue I will have for you to perhaps elaborate is your sample is huge in terms of minutes, is not huge in terms of households. Said that you have, and which is understandable because what you did is very demanding in terms of how the research was implemented. Any concerns that the choice of state, the choice of households may influence your results? At some point you refer to Kerala, you refer to other states, suggesting a different environment.
Well, so just to recap, what we're estimating is basically saying, well, for these households, within this sample of households, days on which they have electricity during cooking hours compared to days on which they don't have electricity during cooking hours, you see a reduction in pollution, substantial reduction. Do I think that will, do I think that will happen? Sorry, let me just switch off this phone before it interrupts again, sorry. Do I think that's likely to carry over to other settings? And I think the answer is yes. And the reason is basically this phenomenon of fuel stacking is very widespread. So there's a huge literature on studying these problems in developing countries. And it's found pretty much everywhere that in rural households, not so much in urban, but very much so in rural areas in all developing countries, when a household gets a new cooking technology, like whether it's gas or electricity, it typically does not replace the old solid fuel technology. What it does is people use both. And so I think that phenomenon is going to be true everywhere. And if you do have the electricity and if it's more reliable, then essentially the modern technology gets used much more than the old technology. And so you get the substantial pollution reduction. So I believe that for that reason, the basic results are going to carry over outside this particular sample. Although the magnitudes, of course, will vary from place to place.
Thank you. Still waiting for questions in the chat. Questions among the participants? Anyone who is directly connected to Zoom who wants to ask? Otherwise, I have my list of questions, but I don't want to abuse my prerogatives as chair. Okay, so while we wait, let me ask you one more. So these induction stoves are clearly an alternative, but you mentioned that the pollution doesn't stay in the kitchen. And so have you thought, or is this something in the literature about other alternatives like small fans to quickly clean the air in the kitchen or things like that? Is this something that has been considered, or is really the induction stove the alternative?
Yeah, I don't want to overemphasize the induction stoves. I mean, it's one electric cooking technology. There are others, right? I mean, and so the fans, of course, sure. If you have electricity, you can use a fan. If you don't have it, you can't. So I think that what I'd like to say here is really it's the reliability of the electricity supply that we see. That's what I would take away from this study is most important, right? So even if people are only they're still cooking in the old way, but they have an electric fan, which is quite a cheap device. Every household in our sample, and this is a poor part of India, had one of those electric fans. So even if that's all they're doing and they're clearing the smoke out of the kitchen, it is going to improve people's health substantially. Of course, it's not as good a solution as eliminating the source altogether, because the smoke just goes outside, right? And then it'll come back in. So basically, it's not only you're going to be polluting outside anyway, right? Right now, we're sitting in a pollution cloud in New Delhi. A lot of that is coming from burning of stubble from crops at this point. At this point in time, the fact is that throughout the year, the biggest source is really these kitchens, right? This is an exceptional time when the biggest source is coming from burning stubble in the fields, but just putting the stuff outside, it's better than nothing. It will improve health. It will reduce exposure, but it's much better, of course, to replace the source. And what our results suggest is that the reliability is operating largely through this channel, right? People are using a new cooking technology. Induction stoves are what happen to be popular in India. There are other countries where other technologies are more popular. So for example, Bhutan, which is another South Asian country, but with a different geography, mostly mountainous. They have some low-lying plains area as well. They have recently, in the last 20 years, dramatically improved the quality and quantity of their electricity supply. And the result is that they have vastly increased the amount of electric cooking going on. That has resulted in reduced firewood consumption. And there, the technologies that are used mostly are rice cookers and curry cookers. So just specialized devices you just plug in and you can cook your rice, you can cook your dal, you can cook your curry, you can cook your meat, whatever, in those things. And that's what works for them. So I'm agnostic about the particular thing, right? I mean, you go somewhere else, something else. But the larger principle, I think, is that these electric cooking technologies are clean, they're convenient, they're fast, they're easy to use, but they do depend on knowing that you'll have the electricity. Okay.
Thank you for the explanation. And I really like your way to use to measure when electricity is available, because you do it at the household level. When I was in the South Asia chief economist at the World Bank, we, like you, we were very much convinced that reliability was as important as access. And what we were using was nightlight imagery to understand where the lights were on and where the lights were off. And then we had to match with other sources, where in your case, you have it directly for the same household, which is a very neat way, I find, to measure it. I still don't see questions in the chat. Anyone else who is in the group who wants to raise a question? Otherwise, I will continue. I have my questions, but I'm enjoying very much this session, but I want to share the enjoyment with others. Anyone else who wants to ask? Okay, so let me ask one last question from my side, and that's about your instrument. When you use the instrumental variable estimation, having an electricity stove is not exogenous. It's something that it comes from a decision by households that probably is sort of related, say, to the assessment of the importance of electricity reliability, or to the income at which level it matters, or is that how comfortable do you feel about the strength of your instrument, of your identification strategy?
Well, in this particular case, it doesn't matter really, because in our context, we're holding it fixed. So we're looking at only those households who already had the induction stove. And the variation we're using is within households over time, different days, the same household. So, so in our case, it's not a concern. That said, I don't want to place too much. I don't want to be overconfident about the instrument. I mean, it's true that even the control households that didn't have induction stoves, you did see in that picture I showed you 1 or 2 places where you had statistically significant reductions. Now, those are not robust. They go away if you use a robust estimator, but still it's possible there's something else going on. I don't want to, I don't want to claim that this instrument is perfect. It probably isn't actually. And maybe therefore we're slightly overestimating the effect of the induction stove, that channel, the induction stove channel, as opposed to maybe electric fans, as you pointed out. So yeah, I guess that's my answer. In future research, it's really important to look at how much improvements in reliability will result in more electric cooking device purchases. Will people buy electric kettles? Will they buy induction stoves? Will they buy rice cookers, and so on? But this study can't do that. This study, we were trying to just nail down the identification by fixing the households and just using high frequency temporal variation.
Yeah, very clear answer. Anyone else? Last chance for a question. Was a comment I will have, which is a more general comment, is when it comes to the broader implications. I think your case is very clear, and I'm glad that in a session on environmental issues, we bring things like the health side of pollution. Of course, there is Glasgow, there are other discussions going on, but we know for developing countries, and in particular for South Asia, how important this issue is. But always when we go from the assessment, the local assessment, to the broader policy implication, then come other questions. One could say, well, the kind of debate we have on electric cars. If all vehicles turn electric, we will need to generate twice the electricity we are generating at present, which probably could only be done with a lot of coal. So the gain is a bit mitigated. And when it comes to saying, oh, let's have free electricity and things like that, so the implications, the systemic implications are broad. That's obviously beyond the subject of your research. But I think when we deal with environmental issues, I think it's, and it comes to the policy implications, I think we need to put the pieces together. I suspect that in this case, it's not a big issue. It's not like for electric vehicles, but pricing of electricity is something broader, I would say. One last attempt. Anyone who wants to say one last word? Otherwise, I will thank some and wrap up the session. Okay. Your presentation was extremely clear, extremely interesting, Sam. So thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers for having me with you. This is a great initiative. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you, Som. Thank you, Martin, very much, both of you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So we have another 15 minutes before the next session, right?
We'll resume at Indian time 7:45.
Yeah.
So roughly we have 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But let me check whether the speakers has joined.
I'll just put that in the chat box so that.
So Mariana Johnson is here. So, hi, Mariana. Can you hear us? Mariana, are you there?
Looks like she's there.
Yeah, she's there. But
How about the others? Ronelle, she's there, I think.
Ronald, I can't see her also. But
yeah.
can you
proposal? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can
yes,
you just
the request. Can unmute? Yeah, okay, I can see you. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you mind if I just share my screen to see if it works from this platform? I'm on the open link rather than the specific link. My internet is a little bit unstable.
Please do.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Oh, you have disabled participant sharing. Could you enable it?
Yeah, okay. Let's just give me a minute.
No. I'm not sure. Do I need to get into the other Zoom platform, the one with the password?
Yeah, that would work. That would work. Yeah, that works.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to do this and I'll get into the other one.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Can you
hear me?
Hi, Mariana. Yeah.
Hi.
Okay.
Hello. Hi.
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 It's a pleasure to be here.
So what time is it in Brazil at the moment?
Almost 11 a.m.
Okay, not bad.
No, it's a good time. Yeah.
Great.
Can I try to share my presentation just to check if everything's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's showing,
That's
right?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Good.
I'm going to do the same.
Yeah.
Oh, I still can't. Host disabled participants screen sharing.
Divyendu, can you allow screen? Can you give her co-hosting rights?
Yes, my internet was a bit down, so I just changed the network. Then give me a minute.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Raju, are you there?
Hi, Jyoti Kumari, can you please put your mic off, please? Can you mute yourself?
Dori, no, actually the problem is that PAMI has been made co-host and PAMI is down with some health issues. So we're shifting the co-host. It will take a bit of time, maybe 5-10 minutes. Huh? But anyway, don't worry, and we'll, meanwhile, whenever we'll change the co-host, so PAMI was actually host. So PAMI can't access the email. So we're shifting the host from her to someone who could actually let you as co-host. Just give me 5 minutes. Huh? So we'll do
okay, sure.
yeah.
A third speaker is also here. Ronel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hi. Great, so everybody's here. That's good.
Hi, Dori. Now I have made you co-host. Can you check, whether you are able to share your screen? Can you check?
Thank you. I'm doing it now.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, it's coming on well.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So, Ronil, if you have also the slides, you can also check whether it is coming out well.
Is it working?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
perfect.
So we have still maybe 7 minutes. So maybe at the beginning, I will ask all of you to unmute your videos so that you could we could bring you into the spotlight at the beginning. So while you're introducing, and then after that, as per the programs laid out, speakers will start presenting this talk. So Mariana will first come first, and then Dorit Fuzel, and then Ronald. This is the order.
Yeah, I'll just say hi to Mariana. Mariana, you're here?
Yes, thank you very much
this
for
is
the
Pami. Yes,
invitation.
hi. So I was corresponding with you by email. Yeah.
Yes, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. Very nice to see you. Yes. Look forward to your paper. Yeah. And Dori, hello Dori. This is Pami.
Hi. Let me just stop my video.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Hello. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for joining us and participating.
Pleasure. Thank you for the invitation.
Oh,
And just a
pleasure.
warning that my internet connection is a bit unstable, so I might have to switch the camera off if
okay, that's fine.
Starts wobbling.
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. Yeah.
But I'll try and keep it on for as long as possible.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great.
Thanks.
Great to see you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Ronald is here. Yeah. Ronald.
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Ronald. Yeah. This is Pami. Yeah.
Hi. Pleased to meet you after the emails, Pami. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah. No. It's our pleasure. So thank you for joining us and making this event more interesting and productive. Hello. Yes. Very nice to see you. Yes. Great. All the best for the session. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are considering a special issue of a journal. So if all of you can see, if you are interested in submitting your work there, we can talk about it after the conference. Yeah.
So Dory's presenting from Cape Town, or?
No, I'm at WITS, which is in Johannesburg.
Oh, okay. Right.
But I live in Durban. So that's on the east coast of South Africa.
Yeah. Right.
And that's where I am currently. In the middle of a huge windstorm. So if you hear buffeting and things, that's the wind howling around the building.
Okay. I went to South Africa many years ago, about 20, maybe 23, 24 years ago. I remember Joburg.
Oh, wow. Okay. What, did you come for a holiday or did you come for work?
Yeah, I came for a holiday. I came for a friend's wedding, actually, who got married in Cape Town. It was a South African guy marrying a Japanese girl. So, and then we drove all the way up along the garden route through Stellenbosch. I think Ronald is from Stellenbosch or works in the university there, and then up.
That's where Ronald is.
Yeah, and then up through the Drakensberg, and then to Kruger, and then down through the middle, and yeah, spent 3 weeks driving across the country. Saw a lot of it. Very, very beautiful.
That's lovely. Yeah, it's a big country. There are a lot of roads to drive. Yeah.
Yeah, and the roads are very good. So driving is a pleasure?
It's variable, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
And Mariana, you're in Sao Paulo, or?
Yes, in Sao Paulo. Yeah,
right.
Sao Paulo capital. Yeah. It's a quite weird November because it's cold actually to Brazil standards. In November, it's like 16 Celsius degrees.
Right.
It's kind of weird. But I also have problems with the internet connection sometimes. So I was hearing Dari say that, if eventually I turn off the camera, I don't think it would be necessary, but sometimes the internet changes a lot. So I usually switch off the camera when that happens. But the internet is somehow always unstable in Brazil, even in São Paulo. So I think it's fine now. Just like today.
So how are you managing the teaching and other things at the university? Is it through online, or is it still online, still going teaching and other things at the university, at your university? Is it going online, or?
We're all online and have been online since March, the end of March 2020.
But the severity has actually come down, isn't it? In your countries, I think in Brazil as well.
Yeah, and in South Africa it's come down, in Brazil too, I guess. We're waiting for the fourth wave.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been teaching in person, but what we found is that the students have stopped coming to class because there are always an online option. So yeah, that's been a real problem. Less so for graduate classes, but for undergraduate classes, the attendance has been slipping and is quite low.
You don't have a vaccine mandate policy at Stellenbosch, Ronel?
Not yet, but I suspect it might come. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for it. But I think it's probably like a whole kind of a cascade of things that will be tried before they would go the mandate route.
So what fraction of the South African population is now vaccinated? Is it more or less?
It's around, I think it was 30% last time I looked.
30% both doses.
I'm not clear on that. I
think I have this data here somewhere in my presentation.
Michael presented it, but don't forget.
It's I think 60% of the elderly have had at least one shot. Basically, they've reached a threshold. There's a lot of vaccine hesitancy in South Africa as elsewhere.
Right.
So there was very quick take up initially, and now it's plateaued.
And is it Covishield, or what's the vaccine that's being given?
Johnson & Johnson to medical people in the health industry, and Pfizer to most other people.
I see.
Okay, Chetan, I think let's
start.
When you've taken the picture with all the speakers, yeah.
It's in the live. I think it should be done later on also. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Let me welcome you all to this last sessions of this conference. The schedule chair, the Professor Surendra Kumar, is down with fever and a bit of throat infection. Hope everything will be all right. And the last minute he requested us to He expressed that his inability to chair the session. So being an organizer, we have to, I will be basically serving as a timekeeper. So in this, although this has been a long day, and this is going to be the last session, but this session is going to be extremely important because all we are passing through a tough time. And we were definitely talking about various kind of losses, but of course, with some kind of non-anecdotal evidences, hardcore evidences, this set of speakers is going to give us some indication, kind of extent of losses that we are actually suffering at this stage. The three distinguished speakers is going to present, and they're going to bring country experiences to some extent. I don't want to introduce them because the profile is already there, and you could also Google. They are all established scholars in this field. Due to the shortage of time, I don't introduce them, but of course, their presentation will speak for themselves. So the order of presentation is already there. The Mariana Jensen, she works in the Pontifical Catholic University of Sao Paulo. Thanks for accepting our invitations. And of course, I would also thank to Bruno, who is actually helping us finding some of the speakers. So he has actually helped us to find you. Then Professor Dorit Fuzel, she is working the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. She has also distinguished careers in health and labor-related issues. And again, I need to thank Sir Lawrence. Professor Lawrence has helped us to find you in the panel. And Ronald Bauga, Professor Ronald Bauga from Stellenbosch University. She has also distinguished career, and she works in the field of health, labor, and particularly on the issues of economic development. So I don't want to take much of your time. So the way I introduce you, and you can start making the presentation. First, Marianne, so floor is yours. So of course, you know the rule. I mean, you have roughly around 20-25 minutes. After that, you know, there will be Q&A, and those who are listening, you can always post your questions. After the presentation, the speakers are going to answer your questions. Of course, if you find some time at the end, we could also wrap up for 5 minutes or so. Okay, so Fariana.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my presentation. And well, obviously, first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure to have the opportunity to be part of this conference and to have the opportunity to talk about Brazil regarding some of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. And I decided to do a specific approach regarding health economics, which is my main field of research. But speaking more precisely about some sort of analysis of how the pandemic-19 COVID reinforce and by reinforcing socioeconomic inequalities already existing in Brazil, and how this is connected with previous inequality issues that we already had before the pandemic. So it's not something that the pandemic has created, but it's certainly something that has been reinforced by the pandemic, and also connected with some of the characteristics of our own healthcare system, and how the healthcare system has at some level helped in order to face the pandemic, but has very important limits, especially regarding its funding system. And just to briefly explain the logic of this research, I came from a perspective not so much of health economics, but much more in the sense of political economy of health, which means that I'm mainly concerned in trying to bring up how political and economical domains interact and end up by shaping individual and population health outcomes. And in this regard, basically looking for the population health outcomes and brought us some very important examples of how that ended up happening in Brazil as a whole, but mainly using the city of São Paulo as a main example. And the focus is in the relationship between inequality and health in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. And I mainly have done this as a form of literature evidence review, a more general perspective, because I thought it would be more interesting, especially since I imagine that you are not as familiarized with the health system in Brazil and some specific aspects of Brazilian inequality aspects. So where this research came from? First of all, of a perspective that although COVID-19 pandemic has done quite a strong effect all over the world, it's quite clear that Brazil has stand out, and the Brazilian government has performed quite poorly regarding COVID-19 situation. So I only pick some examples of BRICS countries and some others, but clearly Brazil has so far accumulated an enormous amount of cases regarding COVID-19, and we know that even this huge number of cases is not the true one because it's quite subestimated, but mainly a huge amount of death caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only as a total number, yesterday we already reached 610,000 people that have died over the pandemic, but even if we consider deaths by per million inhabitants. So from this perspective, it's quite obviously that Brazil has faced an enormous impact because of COVID-19 pandemic. And it's quite sure that we could have quite different perspectives of why that happened. What are the main characteristics of the country that have helped in economical, political, and social aspects to have such a bad outcome? But I would mainly focus in inequality issues, right? Before anything else, inequality issues, and also in terms of a healthcare system and its underfunding dilemmas, because they were quite important to understand the limits of how it was possible to a country that has previously developed an universal public healthcare system with a very broad perspective of attendance to its population, but has been in some levels incapable to face the challenges of the pandemic. This is some general aspects of Brazil that I'm quite sure that you're all aware of it, but I thought it could be quite briefly interesting to highlight. We all know that Brazil is an important economy in terms of capital flows and less in terms of world trade, with an important history of industrial productive, but agribusiness has been the main focus in the last years. And just a brief note, hearing the previous presentation about air pollution is quite interesting because we have a different perspective in Brazil, since agribusiness and burning has been the main source of air pollution in Brazil for the last decades. So it's a different issue. But the main focus that I want to highlight is the last three ones. The fact that Brazil has a large share of labor market that is informal, and that is something that ends up having a huge impact in the problems connected with the COVID-19 pandemic. The fact that we still have, although we are an upper middle income country, high levels of poverty and social problems indicators, but mainly we have a huge social inequality in terms of income, regional and racial inequality, right? But let's focus first in the Brazilian healthcare system. And there's one aspect that I think is quite important to understand in order to this presentation make sense, right? Is that Brazil has created by 1988 as part of its redemocratization process, because Brazil was ended up in a military dictatorship and has become a democracy once again by 1985. We create a public universal healthcare system. The idea is that we were supposed to have a healthcare system that would be completely free of charge in terms of using, right? There would be funding by taxes by the general population, and that would be, it would guarantee healthcare access to everyone, right? It was quite an ambitious healthcare system structure, quite inspired by the national health system, by the British national health system, and with the perspective that we could, by creating a public universal healthcare system, guarantee healthcare access to everyone. Because previously from that, Brazil would have a very unequal healthcare access. People with more money could pay for it out of pocket or through private health insurance. Some people would have access to private health insurance through their jobs. But once again, considering that the majority of workers in Brazil are in the informal labor market, they could not have access to private health insurance. So the majority of Brazil population would end up not having healthcare, or only in case of emergency, they would seek for charity hospitals, or they would have access to public healthcare only regarding health surveillance, right? And so what people would know as healthcare would only health surveillance, especially regarding comorbidities and especially regarding access to vaccines, which is a quite important thing to remember for the end of my presentation, and why COVID-19 vaccines are so well accepted in Brazil, differently from what happened in a big part of the world, right? So for a very long time, I would say for decades, Brazil wouldn't have a true public healthcare system that was only created by 1988. And from then on, as you can see, we actually had a very strong improvement in terms of the number of establishments and people connected with health service provision, right? We were capable to increase a lot of the number of establishments, hospitals, doctors, nurses, and dentists. And we actually create a very broad healthcare system. However, it's quite important to say that although we create a public health care system, a huge part of health establishment in Brazil are actually private, especially the ones that are more technological correlated, right? When we think about family health care, when we think about primary health care, the large majority is public. But when we are talking about specialized clinics or diagnosis and therapy support service units, then the majority is private and is accessed through private healthcare and through private insurance. And that creates a quite unbalanced healthcare system, right? And this is a huge problem because actually at 3/4, 75% of the Brazilian population uses only the public health system, SUS. But only 42% of health spending is public in Brazil. So Brazil is probably one of the few countries in the world that has created an universal public healthcare system
but the majority of the health spending is private. Okay, so that means that our universal public healthcare system doesn't have enough money to guarantee a true universal access to care, right? And this is quite important because if you look to a more broad perspective, and if you look to social spending in Brazil during the last decades, a lot of other aspects of social spending has increased, has received more resources, but not health. Health has remained over the last decades, receiving something around 1.5 to a maximum of 2% of our GDP in terms of public spending from the federal government. Which means that even if you look to the period between 2003 and 2014, when the Workers' Party was in government and they tried to increase social spending, especially regarding direct money transfer, with programs as the Bolsa Familia program, and they end up increasing the total social spending as part of government spending from 60 to 67% of spending. Healthcare has remained as a small part or a minor part of our social spending. And even the part of health that received more money during the Workers' Party government was actually because they increased the subsidies to the private sector and not because they actually increased resources. They actually increased the funding to SUS, to the public healthcare system. I'm saying all those things to say that in the moment where the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic hit the Brazilian healthcare system, we had created a large healthcare system that comes from Amazon to the south of Brazil, but with very limited resources in order to do that. The other aspect that I would like to highlight about Brazil is regarding the more structured poverty and inequality. Although we did decrease poverty quite a lot in the last decades, inequality has remained as a very strong characteristic of Brazil society. And this very strong inequality appeared quite clearly during the COVID-19 pandemic, right? And how we could be capable to show that. First of all, I would like to highlight a very broad research done by the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security called Global Health Security Index that tries to show by 2019, so previously to the COVID-19 pandemic, how well prepared countries would be to face a pandemic, right? And they take in consideration 6 different categories. The capability to the country to prevent a pandemic, the capability to detect and report, the rapid response and mitigation elements, how the health system was previously organized, the commitment to improve national capability and funding and the compliance with international norms, and finally, the risk environment and vulnerability. This is a very interesting index because since it was created previously to the pandemic, since it was released by 2019, it's a very interesting perspective on how prepared countries were previously to the COVID-19 pandemic. And if we look to this GAS index, Brazil was theoretically quite well prepared to face a pandemic, or at least if we compare within the Latin America region with other countries with the population of more than 100 million people, or among countries with upper middle income, Brazil could be categorized as a country well prepared, or at least prepared enough to deal with a pandemic, right? And even among BRICS countries, Brazil would look like it was more prepared to face a pandemic. And one of the aspects that were quite important was in terms of surveillance, rapid response and mitigation, and or health system prevention mechanisms. But as I already showed you, we had so far a very bad, especially in terms of the outcomes regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, right? And there is a very broad discussion done by Lowy Institute that has using data from 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, so for the first 9 months of the pandemic, and try to analyze how 106 countries have performed if we compare with the Global Health Security Index. So how the countries have performed if we compare how they were before the pandemic and how they actually had performed during the pandemic. And as you can see, Brazil has not only performed quite poorly, but much worse than its potential if we consider the Global Health Security Index. If we pick data from 2020, actually the only country that would have performed even worse than Brazil would have been United States, right? And the question is why Brazil had such a bad outcome, right? What are the main factors that can help us to understand our poorly performance? And although I do believe that we have very different aspects that can help us to understand that, inequality is a very important one, right? So if we look to different states of Brazil, and if we compare the previously characteristics of Brazilian regions, we can say that what happened in Brazil is that inequality and social economic vulnerabilities were more important to understand COVID-19 death than what happened in many other countries where COVID-19 would be mainly explained in terms of death outcomes because of age and previously health problems. In the case of Brazilian states, as you can see on those maps, the states that had previously bigger health risk factors that were the ones in the south and southeast of Brazil with the biggest concentration of elderly people were not the ones where we had a biggest amount of death per resident. What ended up happening in Brazil is that in north of Brazil, a little less in northeast, but mainly in the north and the center part of Brazil, where we didn't have so many people with previously risk factors, those were the regions where more people had died because of COVID-19, and mainly connected with two factors. First of all, social economic vulnerabilities, and second of all, healthcare access. Here showing in terms of ECU beds, but it would be in totally terms of access to healthcare in terms of medicines, and so on, right? And I'm going to talk quite briefly about this, why people have died more in the north of Brazil, right? They have to keep face-to-face work, If we look to Brazil in terms of health levels, in terms of education, and in terms of opportunities, people with higher educations were the ones that could keep at home, that could do telework, while people with less education levels, with pre-primary ones, were the ones that had to keep face-to-face jobs and expose themselves more during the pandemic. And now I'm going to use my example, my specific example, that is the city of São Paulo. Even if we look to the city of São Paulo, that is the richest city in Brazil, the inequality outcome still stands. What I mean by this is that in the poorest regions in São Paulo, there are the ones that have the least amount of elderly people. Those are the regions where people die the most from COVID-19. And why that happened? Because they had a greater exposure for working conditions, not only because they need to go face-to-face to work, but they need to use crowded transport, because they have more crowded housing and poor sanitary conditions. So it's very hard to tell someone that they need to keep their hands clean if they don't even have access to clean water. And even, once again, in the richest city of Brazil, São Paulo, something like 10 to 15% of people don't have access to clean water. They have more restricted access to healthcare, because the poor people would have access only the public health system, and the public health system didn't have enough funding to have more care during the pandemic. We had a quite restricted increase in health resources in Brazil, and we definitely had a lack of national coordination. So because of all those factors, the COVID-19 pandemic ended up having a quite strong effect in Brazil, but mainly among the poorest part of Brazil's society. And the only positive thing, to end with a positive note, is that we are actually having a quite important decrease in cases and deaths, at least since May. We are still not facing a new wave of COVID-19 in Brazil. And I would say that probably the main reason, but not the only one, probably the other one, is that we were already quite hit previously. But the other one is in terms of vaccination, right? As I told you previously, during decades in Brazil, the only access that people would have to healthcare were vaccines. So if there's something that we don't have in Brazil, it's an anti-vax movement. People are quite well accepted to take vaccinations in Brazil, and even the ones that take and question the COVID-19 vaccines, because we do have people.
Mariana, can you just, sorry to disturb you.
Yes?
Can you just wind up 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm finishing in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay.
Even the people that question COVID-19 vaccines in Brazil, because we do have those people, they end up taking the vaccine. So we already have almost 58% of the entire population fully vaccinated, and 75% with at least one dose, right? And considering that we still don't have a vaccine approved for people with less than 12 years old, there is a very important achievement. And the only positive note I would say for the pandemic in Brazil by now. So, and sorry, I take a few minutes from my time.
That's fine. Thanks for excellent presentation. So I would like to see if there is any questions from the participants. Is there any questions? Okay, I'll ask everyone if you have any questions. Maybe while others are speaking, you can also drop questions for the speakers. You can do that. But of course, while we are speaking, at sometimes I was realizing we might be speaking for India as well. I mean, because Indian case is so similar. Okay, that's excellent presentation. Yeah, maybe in the last 5 minutes we can come back and do some kind of. Okay, thanks. So the next presentation will be made by Professor Dorit Fozel from University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. So Dorit, now this is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. It's very nice to be here. The paper I am talking about concerns the effects of job loss on mental health during the COVID-19 lockdown. And the COVID-19 lockdown really offers, as terrible as it was, it offers a unique opportunity for us to explore the causal impact of job loss and mental health. Let me start by just giving some context. There's a very large literature that explores the implications of job loss or unemployment on psychological well-being. There have been a number of systematic reviews. I've listed some of them on this slide. And what studies typically find is that unemployment or job loss is associated with elevated symptoms of depression, stress, and anxiety. And studies come to this conclusion by drawing comparisons between the mental well-being of people who are employed and people who are unemployed. And the problem with these estimations and this comparison is that the relationship between unemployment and depression or mental health more generally is complicated by several classic sources of endogeneity. So there are three main problems. The first is the problem of selection, that people may have attributes that make them both more likely to be depressed and more likely to be unemployed. And the problem really here is selection on unobservables, because we can control for observables in a multivariate regression context. The second problem is the problem of reverse causality, and in this case specifically, the problem of the intertemporal ordering of events. So what comes first? Does job loss cause depression, which is the relationship that we're trying to estimate, or does depression cause job loss or make it very difficult for people to search for work or to interview successfully for a job? And then the third problem is the problem of measurement error, that people may perceive and therefore report on the occurrence or the intensity of depressive symptoms differently. So of these three problems, sources of endogeneity, the most difficult to remedy is the problem of reverse causality. If you have longitudinal data, you can have some control for selection on unobservable characteristics if these are time invariant. You can also control for idiosyncratic differences in reporting, but it's very difficult to control for the intertemporal ordering of events. And the typical gold standard that studies therefore use is to look at the effects of large-scale factory or mine closures on mental health, because then the source of the job loss is going to be exogenous to the individual. It's not going to be a function of the individual's mental health. The problem is that these large-scale factory or mine closures are locally specific, and it's very difficult to get comprehensive data for these particular incidences. And this is precisely the kind of natural experiment that the hard lockdown because of COVID-19 provides, because the hard lockdown and subsequent lockdowns as a result of COVID-19 in many countries resulted in large-scale job losses that were exogenous to the individual. So to take South Africa as the example, job losses caused by the hard lockdown in response. Sorry. Okay, so job losses caused by the hard lockdown in South Africa in response to COVID-19 amounted to between 2.2 and 2 million jobs from February 2020 to April 2020. In addition to providing a unique natural experiment, the effects of the lockdown following COVID-19 also provide us with some unique labor market effects, because particularly during the hard lockdown, most economic activity was suspended, but in anticipation that at least some activity would resume. And as a result, we can distinguish not only people who lost their jobs, but also people who we've termed as being on job furlough, in the sense that they were not working, they weren't being paid, but they had the expectation that they would return to work when the lockdown was over. And then, of course, we can identify people who are on paid leave, in the sense that they're not working, but they reported being paid. And then we can identify people who were working, who were employed and being paid. And in addition to all of this, the insights that we can get from the hard lockdown on job loss and mental health, if we just think about the distinctive characteristics of South Africa. South Africa is a country with very high and sustained rates of unemployment. And yet, surprisingly, there has been no focused study pre-COVID of how unemployment and persistent unemployment affects mental health or anxiety of those who are not able to find work. So the data for the study come from two waves of a survey called the NIDS-CRAM survey. NIDS-CRAM stands for the National Income Dynamics Survey, Coronavirus Rapid Response Survey. This survey offers several advantages over other international surveys that have collected data on mental health during COVID-19. And that's because the sample for NIDS-CRAM was drawn from a pre-existing sample of a survey that had been conducted in 2017. And so because the sample was drawn from a pre-existing sample, data could be collected through telephonic interviews rather than through online surveys, which reduces problems associated with non-random access to the internet, which is a big problem in South Africa given our large digital divide. Also, it was possible to use batch sampling so that there could be a continual adjustment for non-response. And then because the sample was drawn from a survey that had been conducted in 2017, and in fact, there were earlier waves as well, going back to 2008, you can draw in historical data for the study. So of course, in spite of all these advantages, there are also some disadvantages, because the survey was conducted during COVID-19 and it was conducted telephonically. The surveys were only 20 minutes and there's not much that you can collect in 20 minutes. So the surveys are not nearly as rich as the predecessor, the National Income Dynamics Study. Okay, so the sample, the data that are collected derive largely from NIDS-CRAM Wave 1 as well as from NIDS-CRAM Wave 2. NIDS-CRAM Wave 1 collected data on individual activity during April 2020, and that corresponds to the hard lockdown. NIDS Wave 2 collected data on individual activity during June, where the hard lockdown had been I've lost the word, had been lifted, and we had moved to slightly easier conditions where many people had returned to work. Unfortunately, data on depressive symptoms was not collected in Wave 1, but it was collected in Wave 2. Because it's a very short survey, it's a very short set of questions on mental health. It's the 2-question patient health questionnaire, where adults were asked over the previous 2 weeks, did you have little interest or pleasure in doing things? And had you been feeling down, depressed, or hopeless? Where the response options, which are scored from 0 to 3, were not at all, several days, more than half the days, and nearly every day. Although data on depression was not asked in NIDS-CRAM Wave 1, so we don't have longitudinal data at the start of the hard lockdown to the lifting of the hard lockdown to what was called alert level 4. We do have historical data from NIDS 2017 survey, and because this was an in-person household survey, there's much more extensive module on depression asked in the 10-question Center for Epidemiological Studies Short Depression Scale, or the CESD-10, where all adults were asked whether during the past week, so a different reference period, have you felt happy, lonely, fearful, depressed, hopeful about the future, etc. What's very important for our study is that the PHQ and the CESD-10 have both been validated as reliable screening measures for depression in South Africa. Our dependent variable is the PHQ-2, which ranges from 0 to 6, and the CESD-10, which ranges from 0 to 30, is included as a covariate to offer some control for propensity for depression, so some historical measure of depression, as well as some control for idiosyncratic differences in how people perceive and report on depression. Consistent with other studies that have analyzed microdata for South Africa on mental health, we focus on a continuum of distress rather than imposing a threshold and analyzing depression as a binary variable. Okay, so the sample for the study is all adults who reported being employed before lockdown, so before the hard lockdown was implemented, which is all adults who were employed in February 2020. And the first wave of NIDS-CRAM collected this retrospective data, asking people if they had been working in February 2020. So we have almost complete information on 2,213 adults in waves 1 and 2. They're just two variables on which we have some missing data, but I'll flag that when I get to that. Okay, so the main variables of interest are the activity status variables, which are shown here. The omitted category in the regressions are individuals who were not employed in wave 1 or not employed in wave 2. And so you can see that as a result of the hard lockdown implemented during April, almost 30% of all adults who had been employed in February were no longer employed in April. Only 41% were currently working during wave 1, actually working and being paid. A further 17% were on paid leave, and approximately 12% were what we have labeled here as furloughed, in other words, not working, not earning, but hoping that you have a job to return to. By the time of June, the data collected in wave 2, the share of all adults who were working had increased quite considerably to almost 57%. But this is because the share in paid leave had fallen from 17 to about 6%, and the share furloughed had fallen from almost 12% to about 5%. So that the share who were not employed in wave 2 actually increased slightly to about 32%. So in addition to the main activity status variables, we also control for a range of other covariates that have been found to moderate the relationship between job loss and depressive symptoms. As I mentioned, we include a historical score of depression provided by the CESD-10 collected in 2017 to offer some control for unobservable characteristics and reporting biases. We include a range of demographic characteristics, recognizing that the survey has a limited amount of information that was collected. So we have a quadratic in age, whether the respondent is female partnered, whether they have tertiary education, whether they are Black African, which is the majority population in South Africa, as opposed to non-African, and whether they report a chronic health condition. We control for the geography of where the individual lives and some household characteristics. So if the individual lives in an urban area, the type of dwelling that they live in, if it's formal or informal, and if they live in a household with children younger than 17. We also include some controls for economic resources, specifically if a social grant is received, so some form of social assistance, specifically a child support grant, which is a social grant paid to the caregivers of children, or an older person's grant, which is basically a social pension. We don't control for income because that's going to be endogenous to the individual's activity status. But we use historical data from NIDS 2017 to control for the adults, to measure the adults' net worth at that time. And then we include one variable about COVID-19 specifically, which is individuals' beliefs on whether or not a COVID infection can be avoided. So for the last two covariates, the adult's net worth and views about COVID infection, we have quite a few missing data. And so we estimated the regressions twice, firstly excluding these two covariates and then including the covariates. So the model, we estimated ordered logit regressions, but we rescaled the PHQ-2, which had ranged from 0 to 6. We rescaled it from 0 to 4 to satisfy the parallel odds or parallel regression, the proportional odds or parallel regression assumption that the same relationship exists between all categories of the ordinal scale. Okay, and here are our regression results. So I'm just showing the activity status variables for now. I'll show the covariates later. As I said, we estimated the regressions twice. The difference is that the second and the fourth regressions include the covariates of the log of wealth and beliefs about a COVID infection. So what you can see in both regressions 1 and 2 is that there is a sizable, significant relationship, negative relationship between being employed and depressive symptoms. Individuals who retained employment in waves 1 and in wave 2 reported significantly lower depressive symptoms than individuals who lost their jobs. And if we look quickly just at the marginal effects, you can see that individuals who were employed in wave 1 were 5% more likely to report no depressive symptoms compared to individuals who had lost their job. And if they were employed in wave 2, they were a further 6% more likely to report no depressive symptoms. In other words, this is telling us that the effects of job loss on mental health are cumulative. But what regressions 3 and 4 show us is that not all types of activity status of employment are protective of mental health, and in particular, being furloughed, in other words, not working, not being paid, but having a job that you think you can return to, that offers no protection against the individual's mental health. So what really matters is working and particularly being paid. And you can see this in the marginal effects, just using regression 4. So this is the full regression that includes COVID infection information and the log of wealth, that there's no significant relationship between being furloughed and mental health. So people who were furloughed were as likely as people who lost their jobs to report higher depressive symptoms. And people who were on paid leave in wave 2, which is when the depression module was conducted, were 11% more likely than people who had lost their jobs to report no depressive symptoms. So we tested the robustness of these results in various ways. We converted the depression measures, the PHQ-2 and the CESD-10, to binary variables using the common thresholds that are adopted for these variables, for these scales. And then we estimated a logit regression. We estimated the regressions without the historical depression score, in other words, without the CESD-10 score as a covariate. And we normalized the PHQ-2 and CESD-10 scores and estimated OLS regressions. And our results remained robust in all these different specifications. So our main findings with respect to the activity status variables was, among a sample of adults who were employed before the hard lockdown, which was referred to in South Africa as Alert Level 5, which occurred in April 2020, we found that adults who retained employment during the hard COVID lockdown reported significantly lower depression scores on average than adults who lost employment. We found that the benefits of employment also accumulated over time, as employment in each wave resulted in significantly lower depression scores. But when we disaggregated among the employed, we found that there were no benefits to being furloughed. In other words, there's no benefit to thinking you have a job to return to if you're not currently working and not earning an income. So what about the other covariates? Well, we largely found results that were consistent with other studies that have analyzed microdata on mental health. So for example, we found that depression scores increased non-linearly with age, that they were significantly higher amongst adults living in an urban area, and they were significantly higher amongst adults who reported a chronic health condition. This is all consistent with what other studies for South Africa have found. But the one difference is that we found that Africans report significantly lower depression scores than non-Africans. And this is in contrast to all the other studies that have estimated the correlates of depression in South Africa, where they have found that Africans actually report significantly higher levels of depression than non-Africans on average. So one possible explanation for this unexpected finding is that it reflects what we could think of as a stealing effect amongst Africans, who likely have experienced much more past adversity than non-Africans, and who may therefore have acquired more resilience in dealing with negative events. So, in the early days of COVID-19, the pandemic was sometimes presented as the great equalizer, in that people who traveled and who are therefore likely to have had higher socioeconomic status were initially more likely to be infected. While the development of the pandemic has shown that COVID-19, in fact, is not concentrated amongst those with higher socioeconomic status, and as Mariana's presentation has clearly demonstrated, but it is also not a pandemic that is confined only to the poor or the disadvantaged. And so it is possible that the lockdown exposed non-Africans to far greater economic shocks on average than they were likely to have experienced previously, which is why during the period of COVID, when the depression module was conducted, non-Africans reported significantly higher depressive symptoms than Africans. And then finally, to conclude, just 3 further points, just to recognize that the severity of depressive symptoms may be underestimated using the PHQ-2. It's only a 2-question scale derived from a 2-question scale, so it's not very sensitive to variation in depressive symptoms, particularly at the tails of the distribution. And then the findings are a reminder that the health consequences of COVID-19 and the lockdown are not confined to physical health, but include mental health. And finally, a South African specific reminder that the consequences of job loss and very high and sustained unemployment are not only economic. Thank you. And I think I'm well within 25 minutes, so I'm happy to donate my time to Ronel. Thanks.
Yeah, Dori, I think you were back on time. So is there any question for Dori? Anyone would like to ask any questions? Okay. So while others was thinking, I just have one interesting observation that I've seen from your equations. I think you saw that the depression or the mental health conditions, particularly in the urban area, is much more than the rural area. That's, I think, isn't it? I think so. That means urban people, their mental health is relatively. I mean, urban people are much more aggravated than the rural people in terms of mental health, isn't it? That you found?
Sorry, you're breaking.
Because
you're
urban,
breaking up.
Urban coefficients was positive in your regression. So what does it mean? Means that the urban people are having greater mental or the depressions than the people.
Yes.
I mean, what could be plausible effect explanation? Because maybe in let's say if we talk about the Indian context, because those who are working in informal sector, particularly in the rural area, their work is also being highly affected because they are much more vulnerable. And of course, now the they used to interact with the rural area for marketing, sorry, urban area for marketing, heavily rely on all kind of goods to be used for the households, isn't it? So they are also being isolated. So what could be the reason, possible reason for that?
So this is a consistent finding that people living in urban areas in South Africa report significantly higher depressive symptoms than people living in rural areas. So all the studies that have been done, and there are a number that have used microdata, and there are a number of possible explanations. Most of our informal settlements are found in urban areas where there are high elements of criminality, very poor provision of services, and many people are separated from their families. Life in general is more stressful in urban areas, which is why there remains a strong desire amongst migrants to return to rural areas for retirement, where there is probably more social capital and just a general better quality of life, which would account, that's in general how studies that have looked at the correlates of depressive symptoms in South Africa account for why depression scores are higher in urban areas than in rural areas. It's a robust finding across all the studies. And it might be contrary to what would be expected, but I guess one needs to factor in the kinds of urban areas that coexist in South Africa.
Yeah, okay, that's perfectly fine. I mean, and I'd like to also thank once again for bringing us.
I see there's a question from Martin Wittenberg. Hi, Martin.
Martin.
Hi, Dory.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
You're not going to ask me a nasty question, are you?
Of course, I'm going to ask you a nasty
question. Of course
question.
you are. Okay, there you go.
So the one issue I have is that obviously the lockdown affected not just work. I mean, like there's, the kind of people who could work during lockdown were the kind of middle-class jobs, people who have access to internet and whatever. So your connection to other
essential services, or if you were in essential services, cashiers.
Okay, but I mean the point is actually that it's not random who's kind of keeping jobs and who's not keeping jobs over the lockdown. And I mean there are other things that are happening. Basically, people start dying, not so much in the first wave, but certainly by the second wave, people know that this is serious. So it's kind of like, I believe your story sort of like maybe 80%, but I think that it's not the only story about what was happening at the time, and I would find it more compelling if you sort of ruled out, some of the other potential things that may make people depressed over that period. Yeah.
Perhaps, but the non-randomness that's particularly relevant to this is that it's a function of mental health. So I guess in that sense, the job loss would have been exogenous to mental health. That's the issue. Right? So the problem is that it might be that because you're depressed, you lose your job. But in this case, it's clear that you lost your job, regardless of what your mental state was. You lost your job because the economy shut down, except in, and I agree, it's partly in middle class kinds of jobs, but essential services are not only. So in farming, so agricultural workers, cashiers, petrol attendants, etc., all those jobs. We're still going.
But you're not really controlling for that, are you? I mean, it's kind of
no,
like,
I'm not
and I guess
can't really do that because you don't know. Yeah. I mean, that's the limited information that you have. Yeah. So you're right that it might be that there are other effects that are correlated with whether you kept a job or you lost a job. But certainly it's not going to be mental health that's going to be correlated with those things. That's not the source of the endogeneity. So
maybe And we can give a pause, Martin. I'll also take you back because you have also question for Mariana as well. So maybe at the end we could also ask you to raise the questions. So I think now for the time being, I mean,
thank you.
So we have 30 minutes. So I'd like to thank definitely Dori for excellent presentation and bringing us another dimension of the impact of the COVID. Of course, this was equally important. So now the next speaker is Ronald Baga from the University of Stellenbosch. So floor is yours.
Can you see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my presentation dovetails nicely with the two preceding presentations. I will also be looking at the impact of the COVID pandemic on health and health inequalities in South Africa, both the short-term and the expected longer-term impact. But what I have...
Ronald, can you unmute your video as well if it is possible for you?
You want to
yes,
okay, perfect.
Yeah.
But what I will also be doing is to present some of the evidence that we already have about HIV, because that was the previous large pandemic that hit South Africa, and should inform what we expect from the COVID pandemic to some extent. They are quite different, but still there are lessons that we can learn from the pandemic. So to just on a global level, give some historical perspective to what has happened to us over the past 18 months. You can see here a graph, a timeline of the pandemics and plagues that have hit the world since the 1900s. And of course, COVID is the second most notable pandemic since the Spanish flu. The Spanish flu is most likely underestimated, both in terms of its share of the population at that stage, but also because many deaths would not have been recorded. They would probably have had more of an excess mortality issue than we have now. But I think what is important to note is a lot of the traditional graphs would exclude HIV, and HIV is sometimes called an epidemic. But up to recently, HIV has killed more than 36 million people, which really means that given that it has recently emerged and that it has had global impact and that it is communicable, it does deserve a place in this timeline of pandemics and plagues. And of course, in South Africa specifically, which has been incredibly hard hit by HIV, it definitely deserves a place. And we have learned a lot from it. What's also important to bear in mind is that the pandemic has been quite unique because it has coincided with a recession. So the effects were not only constraints to the health channels, but there were also effects that had an impact on health, but that entered via economic channels and via economic activity channels, which made it more complicated. And that is quite unique. And the previous time this has happened has been in 1920, but then most of the economic effects actually came via the First World War. Okay, a little background on the South African health system before I present my results. I think most of you in the audience would know that the South African health system mirrors the inequality and the polarization that we find in the social landscape. What we see is that poor households tend to be uninsured and are largely reliant on the public health system. And the public health system is served by a large network of primary healthcare facilities that tend to provide nurse-based care. The health services come at no financial cost. There are no user fees. There's some means-based tested user fees supposedly at hospitals, but they're not really implemented rigorously. They're not really constrained, and there has been a commitment to do away with them. But even though there are no financial costs, there are considerable time costs in terms of waiting times, and then also in a number of more remote locations, there are also important travel costs. Then on the other side, we have the private system, predominantly accessed by the approximately 1 in 6 South Africans that are insured. For this group, for the insured, primary care entry would typically be a GP practice. There's some utilization, it should be noted, of private GP practices by the uninsured. And private care constitutes approximately 1/5 of the uninsured's healthcare utilization, and that is also amongst the very poorest households. And the most important point to note maybe is just that the resource allocation inequalities across the private and public divide are stark. The private sector serves less than 1/3 of the population, but has the majority of medical specialists and doctors. And then I want to move to the HIV experience. Here, I will draw from one study that was not done by me, and then 2 studies that I've been involved with, and some new work. And the work that will follow, the COVID work, is mostly new work, exploratory work, and then there's one co-authored working paper that I also draw on. Some context in terms of the HIV pandemic and how it hit South Africa. This is the work by other authors that are referred to, the MRC team who do a lot of the burden of disease work in South Africa. And what I want to highlight here is the red line in both of these graphs, both the number of deaths graphs and the age standardized death rate graph. For me, the important thing here to inform the other graphs that I'll be showing you is that the apex of the deaths occurred around 2005, 2006. And then also just for those of you who are not familiar with the South African context, to show sort of how hard South Africa was hit by HIV, that it actually outnumbered HIV and tuberculosis. After a short period of time, it outnumbered all other causes of death. If we look at a survival graph, you will see there that this is based on census and community surveys, so a very large population that it draws on. And we compare the blue line, which is the first period, 2001, with the red line, which is 2007, and then the green line, which is 2006. And what is very clear from these lines is that we had a worsening of life expectancy and survival between 2001 and 2007, which is in line with what one would expect given the graph that I've shown about the trajectory of HIV's impact and where most of the deaths occurred. And then a recovery again in 2016, which is also in line with the trajectory that I've showed. The second thing that I think is important to draw attention to, specifically relating to HIV, is the impact on sort of specific age cohorts. What you will see here and what one should expect is that quite a young group have been affected. you see that the red line draws away from the blue line already at the age of 30, 35, and 40, which is where HIV's prevalence starts to become very high. In terms of the response and to understand the recovery that occurred with HIV, it's these geographical maps, these maps provide quite a good summary. So firstly, in 2006, following a very long period of denialism, of course, which is part of the tragic history of HIV in our country. But following that, we slowly started to implement ART and access to ART, but it was very centralized and based in hospitals initially in 2006. But then after a few years, that moved and expanded quite rapidly to clinics and also CHCs. And you can see that in 2006, the blue really dominates, and it covers a very large part of the map. That is the supply side. We also see the same mirrored in the demand side. If we look at a matching of NIDS and the DHIS, which is the administrative data, Department of Health's administrative data, these were matched by the Secure Lab Center. We find that between 2006 and 2016, there's a rapid increase in access to ARTs, and how close, what share of the population from NIDS had a facility that was providing ARTs within 20, 10, or 5 kilometers of it. Combining this all in a fixed effects regression using communities as the units, we looked at sort of the African subsample, which is a high prevalence group for HIV, and differentiated between the impact of ART, access to ART on mortality rates and also on self-assessed health. For self-assessed health, we specifically looked at the poor health category, those who assessed their health as being poor. There were 5 categories, and poor was the lowest. And we look at also at the ages separately, 3 different age groups, 15 to 24, 25 to 49, and then 50 and above. Because we know that with HIV, often it was the middle group, the prime age population, who were hit hardest. And that is also the story that the data tells. We find that for mortality, there is an impact on the youngest group, but the much larger impact on the middle group, and also more significant impact on the middle group, and a tiny impact on the eldest group. And for self-assessed health, we find minor impacts on the youngest and the oldest group, but a very large and significant impact on the 25 to 49 group in terms of self-assessed health. We see the same story just by looking at descriptive stats. If we look at the National Income Dynamics Study data and look at self-assessed health from 2008 to 2017, we see a very sharp decline in the share of individuals who say that they have poor or fair health between 2008 and 2010, which then signals the improvement in health. In principle, there could be many explanations for it. The paper that I've just presented provides a strong case for interpreting this as access to ARTs. Additionally, just sort of the magnitude of this this fall in improvement in health and fall in mortality, coupled with the vast impact of HIV on deaths. Bradshaw, in another paper, Bradshaw and some of our MRC colleagues estimated that there were 2.8, close to 3 million HIV deaths between 1997 and 2010. And that represents about an average of 200,000 additional deaths versus sort of a 300,000 annual deaths that occurred in 2017. So off that base, compared to that, we can see that it's a very large impact that HIV has had. And that's another reason for just sort of analytically thinking that the drop that we see here could have been driven by HIV. But we're also interested in the distributional impact, and for that we've devised asset quintiles and wanted to investigate the changes in self-assessed health over time based on the asset quintiles. The asset quintiles we constructed using access to electricity, sanitation, and water, and also sort of a number of different private assets, ownership of car, computer, lounge furniture, a few different assets in there. And what we see is a very distinct story of relative equal shares of self-assessed health, relatively equal shares of poor or fair health reported between 2010 and 2017, but in the period where worse health was reported, where there were much higher shares of poor or fair self-assessed health, we find that there was a very large divide between the poorest 4 quintiles and the most affluent, with the most affluent actually being below what it was in subsequent years, and the poorest being sort of close to double of what it was later. So the effect was definitely, the improvement in poor health outcomes was definitely concentrated amongst the poor. To try and understand this a little bit better, this is just a start really. We used a linear probability model regression with one for all those whose health was poor or fair in 2008 and not in 2010, and 0 for all others, to try and understand who is the subgroup who had this big jump in their self-assessed health. And we find that the perceived health improved for respondents who were urban, who were poor, who were less educated, who were Black, who had visited a health facility in the past month, who said that they had an HIV test. Unfortunately, that was the only HIV information that was in the survey. And also who said that they didn't feel hopeful. In these regressions, we also controlled for age, gender, household size, asset index quintile, and informal housing, and for the other CESD 10 questions. And then for the census and for the community surveys, we find similar patterns. We find that, as you can see here, comparing for the 5 income quintiles, 2001, 2007, and 2016 data, the zigzag pattern for the bottom 4 quintiles, but no evidence of the zigzag pattern for the most affluent quintile, which is in line with what we found for self-assessed health. Okay, then moving to COVID and trying to understand the newest pandemic and how it has affected health and health inequality. We'll be looking at mortality, self-assessed health, and also health inequality. What I've done here is just to plot the trends in self-assessed health based on the NITS-GRAM data, which I'm thankful that Dory has covered in a lot of the detail about sort of the survey and why it is useful, but also its limitations. And what we see here is almost the mirror image of what we saw in 2008 to 2010. We see between 2017 and 2021 a very sharp increase in the share of the population reporting poor or fair health. and actually much steeper. What I should be very clear about is this is the NITS-gram subsample. So you would see that if you compare the two 2017s on either side of the blue line, there is a difference between self-assessed health as evaluated by the full sample and the subsample. And we just need to be clear on that it is different samples that we're assessing here. Of course, South Africa had 90,000 official COVID deaths, but what we should add to that is an excess mortality of 250,000 to date, which based on the current annual mortality of roughly 500,000 would represent about a 50% increase. So, I mean, the debates around what share of the excess mortality we can attribute to COVID deaths, but I think most of those who are specializing in sort of mortality statistics believe that definitely the vast majority of the excess mortality should be attributed to COVID deaths. Looking at distribution of the worsening reported self-assessed health, the largest shares of individuals that we find are saying that they have poor or fair health. We find that in 2017 for this NITS-gram subsample, it's relatively even across the 5 asset quintiles. But then again, we find almost the mirror image of what we saw with HIV, that there was a vast deterioration of self-assessed health for the bottom 4 quintiles, but and some for the top quintile, but not to the same extent, which again means that the burden of worsening health fell on the poorest South Africans. Again, we use the LPM regression to try and understand who the subgroup is, what kind of characteristics was correlated with belonging to the subgroup. And we find that perceived health worsened for respondents who were Black, who were hungry, who were not living in informal housing, who were from a large household, who were suffering from HIV, TB, lung conditions, heart conditions, diabetes. It was a combined question asking whether you suffered from any of these. Health was more likely to worsen for those who thought that they were likely to get COVID. Also for those who had been feeling down, depressed, or hopeless, and those who had said that they had little interest in doing things. And these results were reported amidst also controlling for age, gender, household size, having an HIV test, recent visit to the health facility, education, job losses during the pandemic, asset index quintiles, and also informal housing. Then just one last detour, and that is around sort of looking forward and trying to think also about the indirect effects and the longer and medium-term effects. This conceptual framework provided a map for the pathways that we considered. Basically, in short, we considered medical care, physical environments and social context, income, education, food, and psychosocial stress as sort of indirect pathways that could affect health outcomes. And if we look at the literature and the data that NITS-gram provided, we know that in terms of these transmission mechanisms, there has been substantial loss of learning due to the ECD and school closures, and also the rotational timetables, which means that there's been less time on task. We know that there has been substantially lower health service utilization, specifically very large drops in TB and HIV testing, which, as you've seen, TB is at the moment the main cause of death, and also a very large drop in contraception coverage, couple contraception coverage rates. which is really concerning. We've seen, as Dory reported, a loss of income due to loss of jobs, which was admittedly cushioned by the COVID-specific grants. It would have been much worse without those. There's been worsening food security and hunger. There's been evidence of psychosocial stress, hardship, uncertainty, fear, and worsening mental health. And then in terms of the social context and environmental health, the evidence is a little bit more mixed, but often the positives were sort of very periodic and not necessarily will have a large long-term impact. And those factors include alcohol and cigarette bans. Unfortunately, also reports of really sort of a strong rise in gender-based violence, especially during the hard lockdown, and then lower levels of air pollution due to sort of less movement and lower, higher levels of working at home. I think in terms of the health equality lens, the most important point really is that for a subset of these, an important subset of these, school closures, job losses, and hunger, we know that the vulnerable was hit harder. So we expect the indirect impact of the pandemic would be worse and may worsen health inequalities further. So also in terms of the long-term and medium term, we would expect the impact and the influence to be in the direction of worse health inequalities. Thank you, that's me.
Thanks, Ronald, for the excellent presentation, detailed and excellent presentation. So the questions now, is there any questions for Ronald? Okay, I may ask Dory and Mariana to also unmute videos. So I think Solil, or are you?
Yes, yes, I have some questions.
Okay, you can ask. Yeah, we have some time,
yes,
maybe.
Yes. Madam, one thing, how the awareness campaigning was going on there, as India from grassroots level, we are getting just getting the grassroots level campaigning and very much award. The people are now spontaneously going to taking the vaccine. But what about your condition? What is the condition in your area? What is not actually clear to me? Would it be possible to clear it? And the second question is how tuberculosis and HIV and the COVID-19 with sugar patients who are affected with the COVID-19 virus, how you are treating these patients who are actually tuberculosis, sugar, and COVID-19. Thank you, madam.
So I think this question is for the Ronald, I guess.
I can briefly answer. The vaccine rollout started late, and given the impact of COVID, both socially and economically, I think there was a lot of frustration with the late start to vaccine rollout. But there's been a good effort since. But as Dory said, what has been fueling sort of the increases in the vaccines has been sort of the broadening and the widening of eligibility. But they've now sort of exhausted the capacity to do that. Even 12-year-olds are now eligible. And there's substantial effort that would now be required, both in terms of physical access, because the system is driven by sort of electronic registrations, and there's a lot of evidence to show that this has missed a lot of the more remote and sort of less computer literate, less sort of internet savvy segments of the population. So I think that substantial effort now is required to make sure that we ramp up vaccinations. In terms of HIV and COVID-19, a big part of our incredibly careful and early reaction to COVID was based on a worry that our 7.7 million HIV people living with HIV might be particularly vulnerable to the virus. There was then a lot of indecision and uncertainty around to what extent HIV patients are particularly vulnerable, but they are now included in the list of vulnerable patients. I think it's generally seen that a patient that is on ART and that is completely well managed might of course be a much lower risk than a patient who is not compliant or who is at the later stages of HIV. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, madam. Okay. Thanks, madam. And one thing, that is.
Khalil, I think we are running out of time. I think maybe.
Okay. Just one question, sir. That is how the field worker are getting the obstruction from the people. Do you have any data or have any experience you can share, please? Because I'm a field worker and I'm traveling all the parts with getting the obstruction. The people are throwing their obstruction. What kind of obstruction you are getting there? To campaign,
you mean in terms of vaccinations?
Yes, not only vaccination and the other part that COVID is actually not a COVID. This type of class.
Well, I can speak only about sort of what we tracked in the survey, and there we actually found that in terms of COVID, the self-reported answers in terms of beliefs in COVID was pretty positive. There was not widespread doubts about whether COVID exists, and also we found very few individuals, when we asked whether they changed their behavior, very few individuals said they changed their behavior to sort of superstitious things like drinking garlic or those types of things. With vaccinations, we've seen some hesitancy, but it's improved a lot. But there remains sort of a core group who are still not accepting vaccines, and that's a worry.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're running out of time, but there are two hands. I think Lawrence and Basapa Kamble. Maybe Lawrence and Basapa, can you quickly ask questions? We can take 2 more minutes.
Yeah, sir. Yeah,
thanks.
Yeah, sir. My question is to Marina, madam. Hello. During the COVID-19, most of the families affected usually, and how the COVID-19 affected families manage the financial aspect to meet the disease, pandemic disease. One thing. Second question: what are the packages announced by the Brazil country?
I think we won't be able to take too many questions at this stage because we are running out of time. So one question is fine. Can I ask also Lawrence to raise your questions?
Okay, thanks. I actually had many questions, but I'll ask the one to Dory. You have a scale of depression, so it'll be interesting. What I'm interested in is your results. What's happening to the depression amongst the those that are employed? Are we also seeing worsening degrees of depression, but just those that are unemployed are experiencing far worse movement up the scale than those that are employed? So it'd be quite interesting to also see what the transition matrix is for employed and unemployed, and are we seeing a general increase in depression, but that's just faster amongst unemployed?
Okay, just one line of answer because we are really running out of time.
So I can answer.
There's one question. There's one question for Ronel also in the chat box. They should take that together as well.
Yes.
I'm answering that now.
Yeah.
So can I just give a quick answer to Lawrence? Lawrence, that would be very interesting to do, and that would be another study. So the data that we used only had depression information, the depression module in wave 2, so there wasn't anything in wave 1. And we wanted to restrict it to waves 1 and 2 to try and get as much much traction on the exogeneity as we possibly could. So it would be a really good study for a master's student to look at what happened subsequent from wave 2 in wave 3, wave 4, wave 5, where depression questions were included to answer your question. But there wasn't information in wave 1 on depression, so we couldn't look at a transition matrix on depression scores from waves 1 to wave 2.
And just to,
Martin, I think you had questions to Mariana, as well as I think you have another question to Dory. Would you like to ask question? Final question, that should be the final question, because I interrupted your discussion in between. Martin, are you there?
Yeah, so I got a response from Ronel and from Mariana, so I think I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, I think
I think Mariana has had a question addressed to her. Want to respond?
yeah, just to respond quite quickly
please.
about the president families. What happened is that obviously a lot of people lost their jobs. And it's important to remember that Brazil was already under a recession from 2015, 2016 that we will never recover from when the pandemic hit. So what happened is that the president used the Bolsa Familia program structure that already helped around 14, 15 million families in Brazil. And they increased the Bolsa Familia program to all families that lost their jobs. And with that, in the peak of the emergency aid, they had transfer money for more than 40 million families in Brazil. In the peak of the program last year, something like 64% of Brazil population received the emergency aid. So it was a huge amount of money. And this is one of the reasons why probably healthcare didn't receive as much resource as we would need, because the government prioritized health care. Instead of healthcare, they prioritize the minimum income that people need to keep surviving and buy stuff. But that program ended this month, and now it's a whole discussion of what should be put in place, and the government is doing, a political use of it, and we are probably going to change dramatically our social program regarding Bolsa Familia as well.
Okay, is there any final response from Dory or Ronald? Okay, done? Okay, so I'd like to thank all of you for excellent presentation. Three of you brought three different dimensions of the problem, particularly affecting emerging and developing countries. So these three dimensions are definitely important. And so on behalf of the organization, of course, I'd like to thank finally for accepting our invitations and presenting very interesting presentations. So thank you very much once again. Okay, so for the audience, Chetan, would you like to say anything?
No, I just wanted to say thank you very much. Very interesting perspectives, and I learned a lot. So thank you very much for presenting, and hopefully see you all in India at some point at the Delhi School or the ISI. You're all invited. So
thank you.
Yeah, we hope we'll keep in touch, since we are in some kind of process. We should definitely keep on contacting each other's futures. So for the participants, I would like to remind you that tomorrow our conference will again resume and Indian Standard Time, 4 p.m. in the evening. So there are also interesting presentations coming up. Please join us and also ask your friends and colleagues and call us to join also. And thank you very much. So today, I think with that, would like to close the sessions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thanks for the great questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Good night.
Thanks.
Good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.